Okay, thank you. It's 10 to 10, so I'll resume. Just for I understand nobody who was watching at home could hear anything of what I said. You've not missed a great deal. For those who are at home, I was just saying good morning and explaining why I'm not wearing a jacket and how we're going to deal with the heat, and asking for some internal housekeeping measures. So nobody's missed anything. I was just about to start my more formal opening, just explaining why we're here and how things are going to run. And then we'll move on to introductions and any matters arising. So I'm going to carry on with that, assuming everyone can hear me in the room. Yep, good. Yep, thank you. So I went through my long opening comments on day one, and again in the last session, which set out my role in full and the role of the programme officer, Annette, and how the examination will be conducted. I don't intend to go through these again. However, there will be an opportunity before we begin for anybody who wasn't here at other sessions to ask me about procedures. A reminder that the purpose of the examination is to help me decide if the plan submitted in August 2024 is legally compliant and sound, and if not, how it could be modified to ensure that it is. This session, like the others, will take the form of a structured discussion of the matters set out in the agenda that was published last week. And today we're going to be dealing with Policy PL11, which is Cruise Hill. And tomorrow we'll be dealing with the individual allocations that sit under Cruise Hill. As per previous sessions, I'll start each agenda item with some questions to the Council. And when I've heard the response to those, I'll invite contributions from others. And again, those who've been here before know that sometimes I do have quite a few questions on a particular subject, but it does help me if I can get through all of the points I want to raise before opening up, so we can remain focused. When you do wish to speak, turn your nameplate on its end and I'll bring you in at an appropriate time. And when I invite you to speak, please focus your comments on my questions or specific points made by others. I would ask each contribution to be as concise and focused as possible to allow everyone a chance to speak if they wish to on a particular issue. Please remember there's no need to simply repeat or summarise what you wrote in your representations or written statements. They're all before me. Similarly, there's no need to tell me if you agree or with somebody else or echo their comments. And general rule of thumb is I don't prefer not to hear pre-written or pre-prepared statements, as they often don't focus on the questions or the issues and can often take some time. Normally, I will give the Council a chance to sum up their position at the end of each item on the agenda or say anything else they wish to say before moving on. Actions, as with other sessions, if I identify that main modifications are required or that further work needs to be carried out by the Council or indeed others, I usually try to make that clear where I can. And the Council is keeping a note of all such matters, which I will agree at the end of each week, and that was done at the end of the last session. And just for so they will be I will be publishing those, not got around to it yet, but they will be published once they've been agreed. It's also possible that there will, in fact, likely, there will be some matters that I need longer to think about and which I would deal with in a later note rather than action points identified during a session. So if something doesn't appear in an action note or I don't come to a conclusion about it on the day, it doesn't mean to say that I've concluded that it's sound or anything like that. It may just mean that I need more time to think about it. I've already talked about adjournments a little bit. As I say, it's very warm. We'll try, I think, we'll just have shorter sessions. But as I've already said, just a reminder, if anyone does find it incredibly, too uncomfortable at any point, just wants a break, just put your hand up and let me know. But we will try to break around 1 o'clock for lunch, starting at 2, and then seeing how far we get this afternoon before we, I guess, have had enough. Are there any queries about any of this before I move on? Okay, so before I go into any matters arising, I will ask the Council to introduce themselves and we'll go around the table for introductions. Thank you, Mr. Reid.
Thank you very much, sir. My name is Matthew Reid. I'm King's Counsel. I'm instructed by the Council to present the Council's case. Here I'm with Mr. Dale Harris, who's Junior Counsel, who sits behind me. Mr. Smith will no doubt introduce himself.
Yes, morning all. My name is Robert Smith. I'm a Director of Highest Associates and provided support to the Council on various documents in the evidence base relating to Cruise Hill.
Hi, I'm Edward Jones. I'm Spatial Planning Manager here at Enfield Council.
Good morning, sir. Martyn Taylor. I'm a Planning Director at Lichfields. I'm representing Berkley Homes, who have land interests in the area of Cruise Hill.
Oh, hello. I'm Paul Samson. I'm trustee of the Ray Franklin Will Trust, owners of the Glasgow Stud.
Sorry, was it Ray Franklin? Ray Franklin. Just to organisations, if I refer to you as by the organisation rather than name, it's not, I'm trying not to be rude, it's just I'm terrible with names and better with organisation. But if you're here for more than one day, I'll start to get to know you.
Carol Fisk, Enfield Road Watch, and Vicky Pite of the Over 50s Forum will be here this afternoon.
Good morning, I'm Andrew Lack and I'm representing the Enfield Society.
Yes. Good morning. My name is Councillor Edward Smith and I represent Ridgeway Ward, half of which is Greenbelt.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Yeah, I can remind everyone to turn on microphones when you're speaking and turn them off again. And also, if you do put up your boards at any point, once you've had your turn and you do wish any of us, make sure you put your boards down. Thank you. Right, so before we get into the main meat of today, is there anything from the council? There were a range of actions from the last session. I don't know if there's anything you want to draw to my attention about those or any other matter?
Not at the moment, thank you very much, sir. So the list has been drawn up, and as you say, it's going to be published shortly. So we're obviously getting on with those various action points.
It's probably worth telling through a net how you intend to respond. Is it going to be piecemeal or one note or something like that, so I know what's expected when it's coming?
Yes, we'll do that, sir. Thank you.
Okay, right, so we'll move on then to the matter of today. You'll see from the agenda for today, I intend to deal with Greenbelt issues, which are sort of matters of principle in Greenbelt, some of which obviously we've already talked about under matter 4 in earlier sessions, but this is an opportunity to sort of focus in on this particular allocation or allocations. Then we'll move on to other matters of site location and site selection, and there, if you like, more general issues, irrespective of Greenbelt. Are there any issues or constraints on the site which might render it unsuitable for allocation or development? And then we'll move on to the actual, we'll get our hands on the plan itself and start looking at the actual policy PL11 and running through the criteria in that. And obviously when we get to that, I'll detail how I hope it's going to run. Oh dear. So, again, for those who are watching at home, a fan has just disintegrated so, oh dear. I don't know if we'll be able to get a replacement for that one. So. Eek. Okay, right. You're okay. So, give you a fright. Right, so, yeah, so we're going to start off with matters of sort of green belt. As I say, I've got quite a few questions on this, and once I've got through my questions, I'll open it up. What I'm going to do is there are 3 subheadings to my green belt questions, or 3 questions in my green belt questions. One is about how development would affect each of the green belt purposes, then looking at boundaries, and then questions about compensatory improvements. I'm going to just deal with everything in the round, what I want to ask. And again, obviously, we've already talked about some of the issues around exceptional circumstances and general conformity with the London plan in this regard. It may be a case of whether the council, if there's anything specific we want to get into about the nature of this site, but obviously I do have quite a lot of that already. So just starting then with a few matters of clarity. I'd like to just get some clarity on. I'll just get the plan open in the right place. I'm just looking at figure 3.14. I just wanted to understand. First things first, my understanding is that unlike some of the other greenbelt allocations, all of the area within the boundary is being proposed to be removed from the greenbelt. That's correct? There's no areas retained, is there?
So that's right, yes.
And just looking at, I know figure 3.4 is illustrative, but it's obviously the forms the basis of a lot of what's expected, and proposed and so on and so forth, and it runs through the policy and I imagine is there to inform any future work. But there's an area marked on there as King's Oak Plain, to the sort of southwest end of the site, of the allocation rather, which is not, according to 3.14, not proposed for any form of development. Is that correct?
That's right.
And so can I just ask what the reason is then for removing that area from the greenbelt if it's not proposed for development?
The reason relates to the need for the delivery of a comprehensive development. From one perspective, of course, it's right that if nothing's proposed in that location, well, why would it need to be removed? But looking at the allocation as a whole and the delivery of the scheme in spatial terms, it was considered that that was an appropriate step to take. Mr. Smith may be able to add to that.
Just one further point, and we may come back to it in terms of definition of greenbelt boundaries, but the boundary that's been selected follows the course of Turkey Brook, which continues around the edge of King's Oak Plain down that area. So it's a continuation of the strongest boundary that the council consider in that area.
Okay, obviously there has to be exceptional circumstances to remove any land from the greenbelt. It's not a case of removing it, Would the boundary issue alone justify? Would that be an exceptional circumstance? If you were thinking about this as a hierarchy of importance, I know for the framework it talks about the importance of boundaries, about physical boundaries and defensible and physical features and clarity and blah blah blah. But if you were looking at that as saying, well, actually, should we be removing that area from the greenbelt or not? Do you think is the boundary at the forefront of that, or could you, in effect, create a boundary in the form of where you are putting built the form? I mean, for example, would that be a way to? Because there has to be a reason for removing land from the greenbelt, doesn't it? It sounds like, well, I'm not sure there is one there. That's fine.
You're right. There is the ability to put another boundary closer to the development area and define it in that way. But as Mr. Smith says, the conclusion was to continue that defensible boundary around, and that's one of the matters that can be taken into account when considering the extent of the land that's to be released as a whole in circumstances where you're looking at a wholesale removal. So rather than looking at the issue on a piecemeal basis, one's looking at it in a comprehensive way. One can see the logic to it, but there is the alternative approach that can be taken.
I suppose the other way of looking at it is if that land was in the greenbelt, remained in the greenbelt, would it cause any disadvantage in terms of or prejudice to the vision of the allocation as a whole?
Mr. Smith may be able to answer that most helpfully.
I think the answer is probably no, that it doesn't disadvantage the overall allocation. The key area of green open space to be provided for the redevelopment of the area is on the golf course land for public accessible open space. Quite a lot of the King's Oak Plain has been recently planted as part of the Enfield Chase restoration scheme. It provides the direct connectivity, though, from the golf course through into the Enfield Chase wider area and the green networks there. So it does play an important role, but as you've pointed out, it is not envisaged for development, and it's not necessarily for The open space, most of the open space is delivered on the other sites around the area.
Beg your pardon? If it was identified as open space, again, looking at other allocations in the plan, where, again, we were discussing Hadley Wood a couple of weeks ago. There's an area there, which is north of the brook, was identified as it was being retained in the green belt, but also as open space. So the allocation extended across the area so that, you know, the policy could say deliver open space in this area, but the area is retained as green belt. So, in theory, could that also, if this area was to be, if the policy needs to reflect the importance of this area for connectivity or open space or anything like that, could it not do it in the same way?
Yes, I believe it could.
The important point for the council's purposes is to ensure that the development boundary for the comprehensive scheme covers that area to show the intent around it.
But do you accept there's a difference between the allocation boundary, if you like, the placemaking area boundary, and the greenbelt boundary, as has been demonstrated? I'm not, you know, again, this is all without prejudice. This is me, you know, I should always say I'm playing devil's advocate in this role sometimes. And you know, you could still have your comprehensive framework as you have on Chase Park and Hadley Wood, I'm going to call it Hadley Wood, Camlet Way, and still retain areas of greenbelt which are not to be developed.
Yes. Yes.
Sorry, right. Okay, moving on with a similar theme then. We may come on to this when we talk about biodiversity matters in the second sort of part of this, but there are areas of existing sites of importance for nature conservation, sinks, within the allocation boundary or the placemaking area boundary, which again, according to figure 3.4, are not part of the developable area. Again, is that the case?
Sir, as you say, we may come into this in more detail, but the background evidence base does include an appraisal of the sink areas, and certain parts of them of the lowest ecological value do provide opportunities for development, and that is shown on figure 3.14 in that the northern part of the golf course sink is illustrated as development, and there are parts on towards the eastern side on the Glasgow Sud Stink that also have development blocks over areas of that sink. So it's a varied approach to the thing, given the nature of the ecological value of the land within them.
Yeah, and we will come on to that later. But I was more that there are areas like, again, I know I'm looking at an illustrative plan, but large parts of the golf course would remain open. There's areas to the north-east, which I think is part of the Glasgow Stud, which would remain undeveloped, and then. And I think there's another. Well, I think actually there's another sink where the boundary of the allocation goes round it on the eastern side. But yeah, but again, there are areas within the boundary of the allocation where development isn't intended to take place. So a similar question applies: that why are these areas coming out of the green belt? And I think obviously, if by virtue of the allocation you leave a piece of green belt stranded, you know, then that might be a logical reason to take out. But if these are areas which are contiguous with the remaining green belt, then I guess the question is, well, why do they need to come out of the green belt? And what would be the exceptional circumstances of bringing them out of the green belt?
So again, we may come back to this on, or go straight into it in terms of the definition of green belt boundaries, but there are issues in terms of being able to create a strong defensible boundary on some of these, in the midst of some of these sink areas, in particular on the golf course where the fairways run from north to south, therefore there's no natural or strong boundary that you could choose between where built development and non-built development would be. And further master planning work needs to be done to define the precise location of the built development. So they currently don't have a boundary, a clear and obvious boundary around them, and the nature of the land doesn't lend itself well to distinguish between that at the moment, which is why the council have chosen the strongest boundaries they consider around these.
So what you're saying then is that the areas that you've identified, albeit illustratively, development within the sinks, could actually, as far as you're concerned, extend and be greater than what you've identified there?
Development capacity is being set by the policy, so there's a limit to how far it would extend. But I think you're right to say that the precise boundary of where the built development would be is subject to change.
And I think it's fair to note, sir, that it could go one way or the other, and it's a matter of where precisely it's delineated, rather than it just being necessary expansion.
Okay, we will come back on to matters of effect on biodiversity later. And on the same theme, again, there are a few areas of what might be termed in old-fashioned parlance white land. There's one area to the southeast of the site which is near to the area where the school is, and which is obviously in the conservation area as well. And there's an area of, again, there's a block of green, towards that area, and then, which I'm not sure if that's a sink or not, or if it's just an area identified as open space, to be honest. But again, then there's an area of white land, which is not clear, one assumes not being proposed for development. So again, there's quite a big, if you look at the area of green, plus that area of white land, plus that area of where the school is and where that little sort of pocket of development is around that junction, where there's no development proposed. And that actually goes across the other side of the road as well, which I think is where maybe where the cricket ground is, I think, and so on. I'm not sure about that entirely. I should say, in terms of site visits, by the way, I have not been into every part of this allocation. I will go. I have been and familiarised myself with the area generally, so I sort of have some understanding of it. I think in that area there's quite a lot of footpaths around there and so on, but there is the cricket grounds down there. I don't know if that's part of that area of green. So again, you've got quite a lot of this green around the periphery of the area, or white land around the periphery. And again, so the same question applies really. If there's no intention of developing it, then why does it need to come out of the green belt? It may be your answer is the same as what you may refer me to the answer you previously gave. It's all about not knowing where the boundaries are going to be.
Well, there is that point, sir, that this is an illustrative plan of how the layout could come together, but that is not a definitive view, and there may be an alternative configuration of where appropriate development lies. I think the white space would primarily relate to existing properties and curtilage and existing activity, but it's not to say that isn't. It's within the allocation boundary and therefore could be considered for development or open space as well. It's not that the white land is fully excluded from any use.
Do you think when we're talking about greenbelt boundaries and greenbelt release, that it's appropriate to have a kind of, well, we don't really sure where development's going to take place, so we're just going to throw a larger ring around the boundary and see what comes out of it? Because obviously, if in the fullness of time, you do your SPD, you do your master plan, the applications come forward, you decide a lot of these areas are not going to be formed development. but they've been taken out of the greenbelt. So that's permanent removal of land from the greenbelt, which obviously is not really, I would suggest, is not the intention or expectation of national policy, is it? As I say, if you're leaving parts of the greenbelt stranded, that might be a different issue. Or if you're safeguarding, I mean, there's no issue here, no suggestion here you're safeguarding any of this land, is it? It's not falling in the safeguarding sort of policy. So is it justifiable to have a sort of, well, we're not really sure where the development's going to take place, so we're just going to make as large an allocation as we feel we want to, and see what happens?
Well, so Mr. Smith will no doubt comment further on this as appropriate. One needs to distinguish, I think, between the core areas and these other areas which one could describe as peripheral, that are identified largely as white land, and there's no question around the core areas. It's only about those other peripheral parts that that this issue arises in respect of. And when looking at that in totality, it's not a significant part of the overall allocation, nor does their inclusion undermine the general principles applicable to the allocation itself. The question really comes down to, well, should it be more closely defined to those areas that are identified for specific purposes? And so that's something, obviously, that would need to be considered as a potential modification as appropriate. But that's for further thought after hearing the rest of the sessions. But I don't know whether Mr. Smith has anything to add to that.
Just 2 points, probably. One would be around the need to sort of think about this as well in light of new long-term defensible boundaries. So that has been quite a key consideration as to where the boundaries have been drawn. And as we discussed earlier, on some of these areas of land, there are no clear boundaries to use. So again, we can maybe walk through the rationale for the different boundaries, but using the brooks and the established vegetation on the east and west have proved to be, or the council consider, the most sensible and appropriate boundaries to take. And alternatives wouldn't give that same strength of permanence of that boundary. The other aspect worth considering, and I appreciate your question and point on this, but the other aspect is that this is obviously a long-term project for Cruise Hill. It's a 20, 30-year odd scheme. Details of precise location of buildings will evolve over time as the master plan that's already underway and required by policy, but also through planning applications. So I think for a long-term, large-scale, comprehensive growth project like this, it's difficult to be precise on specific building lines and boundaries at this early stage, and a degree of flexibility is considered appropriate to move forward.
Okay, thank you. Right, I'll move on then to my sort of general points about greenbelt harm, or harm to the greenbelt purposes. I know from the greenbelt assessment that the harm caused to the greenbelt purposes would obviously differ significantly depending on which parcel is considered. But what I find, I think, a little bit missing from your statement is any overall conclusion on the degree of harm that would be caused. I think your statement talks quite a lot about the mitigations and sort of justifies the harm without necessarily answering the question of, well, what is the harm? What is the overall harm? Obviously, there are parts which are identified as having less harm than others. So what would you say the cumulative effect on greenbelt purposes would be?
So, as you say, I think that is quite a difficult question to answer overall, given the different character and nature of different parts of the site. I think there may be a distinction to be had between the kind of core area of the site around Cattlegate Road and Theobald Park Road, where obviously you have existing activity in terms of the garden centres, and there's much more minimal harm in those areas because most of the greenbelt purposes are not served by what is currently there. It's around the edges of the proposition where the greatest harm occurs, and that is clearly sort of set out in the maps. So that's going west of the railway line, where there is additional harm to the other areas, and the north buffer to the M25, and going to some degree to the east. And as you say, we've kind of set out in the hearing statement that quite a lot of that area, though, is not proposed for development, and it's for open space as part of the functioning, to make the place function as an overall comprehensive development. So, yeah, I think it's quite hard to give a kind of cumulative overall picture given the variety of plots and purposes that are there, but there are some clear distinctions between different parts of the site.
Is it fair to say that, though, where you might point out that some of the areas of high or very high harm are where you've indicated it might be buffers or not being developed, but there are parts that are very high where development is proposed west of the railway line? Would that be fair?
Yes, that is correct. And obviously, you'll have seen SA 11.1, which is the allocation between Cattlegate Road and the railway line to the west, is proposed for a comprehensive development and housing there. And again, we can maybe come back to, or I can extend the explanation as to why that's considered an appropriate site. And there are parts of the golf course and parts of Glasgow Sud, as we said, that potentially do also have development. So it's development in those areas which are going to cause the greatest harm against the purposes.
I suppose that does follow on. So as you say, there are areas where harm would be there are areas in the placemaking at the lower end of harm, and there's obviously quite a lot of brownfield development there. Just as an aside, I suppose, but as a help to set the context, is most of that, all of that, built form pre Greenbelt designation? So when whoever was designating the Greenbelt there decided to do so, they washed over that existing, conglomeration of commercial activity and obviously existing houses, presumably to, if that is the case, to sort of ensure there was an unbroken expanse of Greenbelt, even though those areas themselves might not necessarily perform particularly well in Greenbelt terms. Or are those, I'm assuming, or are those later additions, which came after the Greenbelt, my assumption is the former. They're washed over.
We believe so, but we can review the 1994 unitary development plan if that's helpful, sir.
Okay.
Maybe we'll come back to you.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's more for context than anything, but looking at the buildings, quite a lot of them I would think would be pre-1994, but then yeah. Anyway, but yes. So you've got, as you say, if you want to explain, because you've got this choice. Why not restrict development to those areas where, if you like, the harm would be reduced? A choice has been made, if you like, to expand the allocation into those wider areas. So what is the justification for that, I guess?
Yes, sir. So I think obviously there's the history of the plan making process for this plan has decided to kind of focus on where you can create a critical mass of development to provide a sustainable new development at certain scale. So scale does have an impact on this in terms of the feasibility and the critical mass for supporting services such as primary, secondary schools and other things that will only come if you have a certain scale of development. And secondary school actually is normally quite an important determining factor there. You obviously do want to have children and families that can access local schools and walk to local schools. So, but you do need a certain size of population to support a secondary school, and it tends to be between a minimum of 4,000 to 5,000 homes is what you need. So, overall scale is a factor in terms of creating a sustainable community. As the plan has made its progress through the overall process, obviously land has been promoted within these areas. So the land west of the railway line was promoted with Berkley, who are at the table today. as well as the golf course land. So that was considered. In fact, additional areas of land were put forward throughout that process as well, which has also been considered over time. The land to the west in SA 11.1 and SA 11.2 are obviously highly accessible to the Cruise Hill railway station, which is just at that location as the railway line meets Cattlegate Road. So it's within a sort of 5-minute walking distance to the train station, which is a key focal point in this development, and it made a sensible sort of conurbation size and sort of overall hierarchy and sort of accessibility to those services facilities that will be at the station and around the station. The land to the west is also greenfield agricultural land, therefore it's the most viable and the most able to contribute towards the overall strategic infrastructure costs. So it plays an important role as part of the overall viability of the placemaking area, and to remove it would remove a component of being able to pay for the infrastructure. And it's also an area that's probably the most compatible, or one of the most compatible, with the provision of family housing, which has been discussed previously, is a key driver for the extent of growth in these kind of locations. So there are several factors that have led the council to consider the larger area, and why sort of the overall considerations have led to choose areas that are of the greatest harm in the Greenbelt.
Thank you. There are inevitably going to be there's going to be some areas of overlapping as we go through all these different topic areas, and the issue around the school, the infrastructure and everything, obviously is matter for delivery. But I'll also pick up on it in the development requirements and the locational stuff as well. But as you've raised it, if you need 4,000 to 5,000 homes for a school, this is 3,500, is it roughly, this allocation? So is the rest coming from? Is that Chase Park expecting to contribute to that?
It's 3.5 in the planned period, but 5.5 overall.
Okay.
For Cruise Hill. But you're right also to point that there'll be a combination effect with Chase Park as well.
Chase Park policy says nothing about secondary school, so I'll cover that in a couple of weeks. Okay. Just, can you just say off, well, I can probably work this out from SA 11.1 to 6, but the proportion of development that's taking place in the more harmful areas, roughly what sort of proportion is it? I can work that out for myself, but I may as well ask you.
We may have to come back to you with a precise figure. Obviously, it's in terms of development, it's the whole of the SA 11.1. It's only a small proportion of SA 11.2 and a small proportion of the SA 11.5, which will be in the eastern side. So it's a combination of those three, but it's certainly not the entirety of the red line allocation around all of these that is being subject to build development.
Okay, well, we'll probably come on, when we come on to sort of scale and delivery of those tomorrow, we could probably pick up on that, because obviously there's questions there about are the capacities you've identified for these individual allocations realistic and so on. So we'll come back onto that. So in terms of Greenbelt harm and Greenbelt function, looking at the policies map for this, this area would effectively be surrounded on all four sides by retained Greenbelt, wouldn't it? So you'd have like a quite significant, but albeit a pocket of development within the Greenbelt. So does that actually serve to undermine the purposes of any remaining land, particularly, I think, to the south, where the Greenbelt would be substantially narrowed?
So I don't believe so, and I believe there are other factors in consideration when you consider the adjoining land, in particular, sort of the environmental kind of benefits of parts of that land, the Whitewebs Wood and Strayfield Park and Cemetery. There are various other open spaces there that are permanent, protected for other means. So I think that it's considered appropriate to retain those areas in the Greenbelt.
But I suppose my point is, does create, I mean, often, I mean, in terms of Chase Park, I think, in terms of Hadley Wood, I think in RUR01, they are clearly expanding. They're if you like, they're taking the edge of the built form, if you like, and carrying it on. So, expanding the built form. This is slightly different insofar as it's creating a hole in the greenbelt rather than sort of expanding into the built form from an edge. So it's not on an edge, is it, and then going into it, which is, I think, a different consideration. So I think the question is, does creating a hole in the greenbelt have a more, I guess, harmful cumulative effect than if it were, well, I'll come on to you eventually, but just wait until wait until I've went on. Does it create is it more harmful, if you like, in principle, than other forms where it might be sort of, if you like, expanding the built form out?
I think it would very much depend on the facts, sir, as to whether it does. And if one's looking at the south, for example, and the extent to which developments proposed there in areas that are already the subject of development, and the extent of the retained area, the conclusion would be very different to a situation where nothing was left. So rather than it being decided as a matter of principle, the question is really how it would be looked at on the individual circumstances. Now, as to the assessment of that, that's for Mr. Smith, but as a matter of principle, it wouldn't necessarily have that effect, I'd suggest. So.
The only other thing I may add, obviously, we're focusing in on the Enfield part of the greenbelt, but the greenbelt obviously does cross the boundary to the north, so there is still a sort of sizable greenbelt sort of, around this area. The other aspect is obviously with the radial corridors on railway corridors and roads coming out, it's not incomparable to how other historic development has occurred coming out of London on these kind of corridors.
So moving on to boundaries, and say the boundaries to the north is obviously the M25. That's a fairly physical boundary, although, as I say, they do seem to be not necessarily developing. I mean, it might be a buffer, which we can obviously look at, see whether that's suitable or not. And then the boundaries to the west and east and west even, are they clearly defined using physical features? In particular, if it is relating to sort of brooks and hedgerows, are they firmly within the definition of the framework?
Yes, so we believe so. The council have chosen what they believe to be the strongest defensible boundaries, and they're actually it's important to treat them as a combination of factors. So the brooks on the east and west are also sort of accompanied by established vegetation and a degree of floodplain related to those brooks themselves. So a combination of those factors have led the council to consider them to be appropriate. And there are also some of the road layout around there as well. So the western side also follows the Cadgate Road as it heads north-west on that area, and part of East Lodge Lane. So there are physical road boundaries as well as the environmental ones.
I mean, this is something for me to think about, but just as again, going back to my first point about the extent of the allocation and areas where you're not expecting any development and why is it coming out of the greenbelt. That area I talked about to the south east of the site where that school is, and there's that, say, pocket development around the junction, there's obviously a road there, and development to the east of that road, well, sorry, at the moment, the area to the east of that road is not being identified for development. So would the road there not be a suitable defensible boundary?
Yes, it could. I think the council have chosen an alternative one, a lane that runs along the side there, but you're right to flag that as a potential alternative.
Okay, I mean, obviously, my first starting point is I'm not looking for alternatives necessarily to what's better. It's whether or not whether it's sound or not. That's obviously the starting point, whether it's sound. I mean, and obviously I'll determine that, but just put it out there. Okay. And then I'm just going to move on to compensatory features quite quickly. All of the measures are all of the measures referred to in your statement within the green belt, or do some of them relate to the allocations itself themselves? Because I think some of the things that are listed may well be improvements to, like, open space within the area, or active routes within the area, because the national policy, as it was in December 2023 at least, requires compensatory improvements to the retained and remaining green belt. So are there any things in that list that I ought to, if you like, strike out?
Well, so just on those that are proposed within, we'll go through those in a moment, but when one's considering the extent to which compensatory improvements outside of a boundary, or the boundary of the development area, are going to be provided for, they can be enhanced in part by what goes on within the boundary. For example, greater accessibility to the green belt. If it's enhanced by virtue of what goes on inside, it has the ability to contribute to that compensation outside of the area to be removed from the green belt.
The point being, so if you're improving public footpaths and they take you to a part of the green belt that isn't currently accessible, then it's actually having the effect of.
Exactly. That's, yeah.
Okay, well, maybe I'll just look at that again with that answer in mind. The measures that are proposed in the green belt that are listed in, I think, your statement and maybe in BG7 as well, are these all committed sort of schemes, or are, so they're already planned for and committed irrespective of what happens in terms of removing land from the green belt, or are these all in response to removing land from the green belt? Because I didn't raise this particularly in the Hadley Wood scheme, but it's occurred to me since then that some of those schemes, well, if they're already committed ideas to improve the green belt anyway, then they're not necessarily a response to removing land. And A, is that the case? And B, does it actually matter as long as improvements are occurring?
You're right, sir, that the wider improvements to this area, and there are extensive plans in place for improvements through the Enfield Chase Restoration Project, which you may have is referenced in other policies in the plan, but also some benefits from a large council ownership of the rural estate in this area. So it has been a reasonably long-term sort of activity of the council to bring forward improvements to those areas. I wouldn't necessarily say that means it's all the kind of projects and schemes are committed as such. They are an ambition and an intent to improve access and the quality of this part of Enfield, and that can be enhanced and improved by capturing development value and investing that to enhance that as an overall project. So whilst the council have secured some funding to deliver bits and pieces within that area to date, and there are areas that have been planted and new footpaths, if you were, when you go down there, you'll see some of that work has been implemented, but there's a wider ambition to do a lot more, and sites like this can help to sort of support and enhance that overall ambition.
So, and I think BG7 provides a partial answer to the issue insofar as it recognises some of the improvements to the green belt, but does so in the context of the schemes within this development, within the plan itself. So it's recognising that planning permission has been, at least through this plan, been, or rather sites have been removed from the green belt in order to deliver development, and then the various enhancements are referred to subsequently. So it's not simply looking at the provision of those beneficial aspects, irrespective of the development proposals. That's BG7 too. So.
And just coming in on that, sir, so the Enfield Chase Restoration Project covers 1,500 hectares, which extends beyond the placemaking area. Some of those schemes have been committed, but others are aspirations. So they've been part funded from organisations like the GLA and DEFRA, but developer contributions would be needed to realise the scheme in its totality.
Okay, we'll come on to whether or not that's reflected in your viability assessments and the policy and so on and so forth as we get to it. Just one final thing on Greenbelt issues. Obviously, I've not asked any particular questions here about are there exceptional circumstances and so on, because obviously I know the council's answer to that is yes, and I've heard quite a lot about why the council considers to be exceptional circumstances and whether release of the Greenbelt in principle is in general conformity with the London plan. I don't, we talked about all that in principle in January, so that's all before me, and I'll obviously have regard to all that when I'm thinking about specifics of this site. But is there anything else the council wants to say about those matters that is specific to this area, about either mainly, what are the exceptional circumstances? Is there something, if you like, more specific to this area that I need to be taking into account than the general points about housing need, housing type, viability and so on? Is there something else, anything else I need to have a mind to?
Well, so I think the certainly the principal justifications relate to the matters that you've already heard. Aside from that, there is the need to consider what is the consequence of not allocating this site, alongside Chase Park for that matter, and what the consequences would be for Enfield as a whole. So whilst there may well be general justifications for those allocations, the consequence of not allocating this specific site is something that Sir, the Council would say you need to take into account. And can I deal with a few of those matters now as to what the consequences are? The first principal issue is the reduction that occurs in housing delivery if you don't have Cruise Hill. And if one was looking at Chase Park and Cruise Hill as a whole, that's the loss of 6,250 new dwellings. But a proportionate reduction, of course, significant element of that is within Cruise Hill. And that brings with it, and again, whilst one can say that this is a general point, it's nevertheless specific to the loss of Cruise Hill. That would bring with it, again, the loss of not simply new housing generally from a market perspective, but affordable housing as well. The combined element of both Chase Park and Cruise Hill is 3,000 affordable units, but at 50%, if that's the figure one takes, which one should, one can see the extent of the emission that occurs, and that is clearly very significant in the light of the sort of need calculations that we've been seeing. And alongside that, there's there'd be no delivery of what is expected in relation to the family housing element. And just one point on that, so if I can just focus in on it for a moment, and it's a paragraph 430 in the exceptional circumstances topic paper, top 5. It's page 26, is the relevant part. So I'll just get it
I've
to
got
hand
that.
as well, if I may.
Councillor Smith, you're doing a lot of blowing. Do you want to do a break?
No, sorry. It's listening to the council for such a long period it's a challenge, but I can do it.
All right, okay. Well, we'll have a break. Once I've finished this, we're going to have a break, and then you can all unleash yourselves on them.
Thank you very much. So I'll endeavour to get through it as quickly as I can. But so you can see the contribution that's to be made towards family housing by Cruise Hill and Chase Park at 60%. And you'll see that the identified effect of that is that it will increase the number of family homes, if one was looking at both of those, to 35%, which obviously is below the overall target mix for the borough, but gets to 35% of the total delivery for the borough. And you remember there was some discussion previously last week about the importance of family housing and the extent to which actually new figures suggest that the amount that should be delivered should be lower. But in fact, if you're looking at what the overall position is within the borough as a result of the various allocations, it gets to that sort of level, albeit on an aspirational basis anyway. But I say that as an aside. But the important point is that without that family housing element that can be delivered, as Mr. Smith has said, on Cruise Hill, and there will be a significant reduction in the potential options that are clearly needed, as we've seen. But, importantly, and this is specific to Cruise Hill, if one doesn't allocate Cruise Hill, and you mentioned before that one's creating a hole in the green belt, but that needs to be seen in the context of the reality of what a large part of the allocation is, which is previously developed land, and previously developed land associated with other uses that, in truth, if you look at the sort of levels of harm that are anticipated by the Greenbelt assessment, in truth would be regarded as grey belt in the re-estimation of the area. And what that, of course, means in circumstances where there is a clear need for housing, a need that I'll come to in a moment, what that means is that you're going to have a significant risk, I would submit to you, sir, of piecemeal development coming forward. Piecemeal development that can't deliver the sort of comprehensive benefits that arise from a comprehensive development. So you've seen this, you've seen the area, you know what it looks like, and I would venture to suggest that it's pretty obvious that large amounts of it would be regarded as grey belt. And that can only but be damaging to not only the spatial intent for the borough as a whole in the future, but also the specific area itself. The various things that are concerns to local objectors are ones that may be significantly increased in terms of their effect by virtue of that piecemeal approach. The context of all of that, and the reason why piecemeal development is important here, is because one can't, and I've said it before, I suggest that it's particularly relevant for Cruise Hill, and that's the extent of the need that it will undoubtedly be identified through the next iteration of the London Plan. We know the Mayor's position on it, seeking some 88,000 homes per annum within the London Plan period, the future London Plan period, which will inevitably mean that there's going to be a need for release of some kind. And so this is the time to achieve it in order to avoid what I've already said, but the delays that would inevitably arise if one doesn't go through the process now of allocation. Very significant delays, which will mean all of those benefits not being delivered. Importantly, within that is the number of affordable homes that simply will not come forward in the anticipated way. So that's what I'd say in terms of the specifics.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I am, of course, bound to remind you that the GLA statement, which is on the examination library, still concludes that they are not, even with that, if you like, changing context, they're still asking me to alter the plan, are they not?
So they are, but when one looks at the specifics of what the Mayor says, there is a series of options that are set out within that. And certainly in terms of the principle of release, that is something that the Mayor is accepting in relation to the delivery of housing within the borough's area.
Okay. Right. Well, if you've nothing else to add, we'll leave it there. I think, apologies, as usual. We've gone on. I don't want to do any more than an hour at a time, I think. So rather than, and you can all have a little break. So we'll finish. We'll come back at 11:05, and then I'll open it up to any comments. Just as I know there's a lot of views on things like sustainability and accessibility. We'll pick those up under the general locational issues, just in case. So because it's irrespective of the green belt, I guess people want to raise concerns about those. Just to put that out there. So we'll come back at 11:05. Thank you, everyone. So yeah, I'm looking for. I'm going to open it up now about green belt issues in a moment. So I think Enfield Road. Well, actually, I think Berkley Homes side I took first, but it's gone down again. But I'm going to start with this side of the table. So start with Enfield Road Watch. Thank you.
Hello again. I just want to address the history of Cruise Hill. You were asking if the greenbelt had washed over it. It actually developed as market gardens, so it did become appropriate use in the greenbelt as horticultural and remained that for a long, long time, but various administrations didn't enforce things, so that's lapsed. But there are a number of businesses there that are still growing their own plants, are still active horticultural businesses, so are still appropriate use in the greenbelt. And some of those do not want to participate in the development. They're active businesses who want to remain there. In discussing piecemeal development, I'm afraid that's what's going to happen. Because not all the landowners are on board, the development is probably going to start west of the railway line because it's easy to build on greenbelt. And then other sites may come online later. So it's not going to achieve a comprehensive development, it's going to achieve the exact opposite of that. We do concede that there are sites in Cruise Hill that probably would be ripe for mixed-use residential development if they can be made sustainable, and we take the GLA's point that it is not at the moment sustainable. But we just think it's an overly ambitious plan, which is designed to fail. Thank you.
Thank you. Enfield Society.
Yes, thank you, sir. Before I begin, I do have to say that I've got rather a lot of notes here in front of me, which it may appear that I'm reading out at times, and I hope you'll forgive me. It's not a prepared statement, and they are points to the arguments that we are discussing. The other point I would just like to reinforce what Ms Fiskers said, and that is that we are characterised as objectors, but in fact the Enfield Society has had a long history of campaigning for the character of the borough, and we do accept that there has to be development, and I don't think it's reasonable to characterise us as just objecting for the sake of it. We did in 2019.
Who's characterised that?
Well, we are referred to as objectors.
Oh, yeah. Technically speaking, everyone is an object because otherwise you wouldn't have a right to speak.
Okay.
So you are, as a matter of fact, objecting to the plan, aren't you? I mean,
Parts of the plan.
yeah, exactly.
Indeed.
So you are,
Yes.
yeah.
In 2019, we did actually work with CPRE to identify brownfield sites within the borough, and that's published on our website. So you've raised a number of different topics under the Greenbelt heading. I will skim through some of the points I want to make. I think the first one is over the boundaries. The Council Statement 122 quotes from the NPPF in respect to Greenbelt boundaries, and which highlights the needs for them to be readily recognisable and likely to be permanent. So it follows that we need to assess the likelihood of permanence in order to assess the boundaries that are being proposed. Document GRE1, PDF page 43, has a table, 4.1, that's part of the submitted council evidence, which suggests that there's actually a three-tier hierarchy of boundaries: strong, moderate and weak, which refers to their ability to remain permanent. If one re-examines the council statement, para 124, and Mr. Smith referred to a number of the features that were proposed as boundaries, we can see a slightly different picture about the quality of the boundaries being proposed. To the west, and again I'm quoting from the council statement, it's not Turkey Brook, but it's a hedgerow in close proximity to Turkey Brook. Well, that would be classified as weak in that hierarchy. If it were the Turkey Brook, it would be moderate. And then there's two minor roads which have been mentioned, East Lodge Lane and Cattlegate Road. They're moderate as well. On the eastern side of the site, at the north, there is a farm track proposed to the east of Cuffley Brook. That is weak. The brook, if it had have been chosen, would have been moderate. And further to the south east of the site, which has been mentioned again, the boundary is Flash Lane, which is a minor access road. And were development to spill through that, it would affect the Clay Hill Conservation Area. I think the most important thing is what's not been said, and that is that the plan proposes to remove the strong boundary of the railway line. And it's interesting that elsewhere in the local plan, the council promote a railway line as the use of a greenbelt boundary. And you can find the reference in their council statement 296, which refers to site RUR 03. Moving on to the compensatory improvements, which has been raised. You've heard, sir, that the council have said, I think Mr. Smith admitted that part of the scheme was a separate restoration project. We note that the council provide a map in their statement in para 133, which shows the emerging Enfield Chase landscape recovery, and that shows the areas being proposed for development of this within this project, the rewilding and the afforestation work. Part of the land actually joins onto Kings Oak Plain, which you've identified, sir, is part of the allocation of 11.2. The map also shows a ribbon of potential woodland running westward from Rectory Farm, which is to the south of the Cruise Hill site along the Salmons Brook Valley. The council in paragraph 134 refers to the restoration of the historic landscape features, nature recovery measures including woodland planting, and describes them as borough-wide. BG7 has already been raised. That can be found in sub 2 PDF page 129. The policy clause 5 sets out the scope of all the improvements proposed and has 9 sub-clauses, 2/3 of which are described as fully funded, and that's before the local plan has been approved. We would advise you, sir, if you are minded to, that you can view some of these improvements that have taken place. There are 2 footpaths that we would suggest. The first one runs southward across King's Oak Plain from Tingy Tops Pond, and the other is westward along the Turkey Brook Valley. However, they're permissive paths, so they're not shown on the Ordnance Survey map. You can find them on OpenStreetMap, and if it's helpful, sir, I can provide the programme officer with the feature IDs to help you locate those particular paths. In your evidence that is before you, the Society also provided you with a copy of the Enfield Society map, footpaths map, which is coded 01794-7-1. That will show you that those 2 paths that I've mentioned are new because they don't appear on that 2016 map. Those visits will show you that a considerable amount of landscape restoration has taken place. It will confirm that the new paths are for public access, although they're over permissive rather than full rights of way. And you will be able to see the work on the King's Oak Plain. We would also at the same time suggest, sir, that you walk the London Loop from Rectory Farm to Ferny Hill, which is about 2 miles. It follows the Salmon Brook Valley. And you can see there the extensive new tree planting, the combined new cycle pedestrian route that's been created. I point out over a public right-of-way, not a bridleway. And there are 2 new crossings that have been constructed on the Ridgeway and at Ferny Hill for the London Loop. A great deal of this work, of course, has been carried out by volunteers, and it's notable to report that they're very upset that they now understand that the council is proposing these restoration works in terms of compensatory improvements for the Greenbelt release. In terms of funding, you can find some evidence about the amount of money that's been spent on this project so far. I would refer you to Key Decision 5616 on the council website, which includes a report from Ian Russell and Jamie Kakudia, 6th of February 24, which talks about the development of the Enfield Chase Eastern Gateway access, improvements and woodland creation. And we've looked at other publicly available data, and we believe the council have spent somewhere in the region of 4 million to date. As has already been mentioned, some of that has come from the GLA and DEFRA, and also from the Forestry Commission. Council Statement paragraph 135 describes funding as seed funding, and I would suggest, sir, that the funding received so far can't really be described in that way. Another report, which you will be able to find, is the one titled Grant Funding for Rural Transformation, and that confirmed in paragraph 4 that the woodland creation is 100% funded by the Forestry Commission. So I think in summary, sir, you will have to consider how much of the improvement work that's already been carried out can be justified as compensation for the proposed Greenbelt release in the plan. I think that covers my points. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you. I'll get all the points and before I go out to council. So, Berkley Homes.
Thank you, sir. Just 2 very short overarching points, because we'll get into the specifics of the allocation later on. But I know there's been discussion about the concept of the kind of Cruise Hill allocation being a hole in the greenbelt. And to a degree, there's already a hole in the greenbelt in this location, sir. So the Rosewood Drive area of, which is a small residential area that sits within the heart of the Cruise Hill allocation, is already removed from the greenbelt, so that's not greenbelt boundary. So insofar as it is a hole, it is an extension of an existing hole rather than necessarily a new hole, which somewhat does bring into focus whether those existing boundaries in that location will be defensible for the long term, which I think talks to the council's point around creating new defensible boundaries, particularly in the context of grey belt and the like. I know that's not a matter for this examination nor for you, sir. The second point, just to pick up, is I do think, and I think one of your questions alluded to this, that there is a point around looking at the harm of the release of Cruise Hill cumulatively and kind of holistically. So the evidence in the GRE1 Greenbelt assessment does look at the individual parcels, but there is a degree of stitching together of those parcels to look at the overall impact to the Greenbelt in this location, because of course some parcels perform strongly, some parcels perform weakly, but the allocation's overall impact will probably sit somewhere between those, because one moderates the other.
Thanks. Couple of just questions on that, I think. Oh no, I haven't got any questions on that. I can't. I think your. I can't see for the water because of the water jug, but I think your signs on Ray Franklin. Thank you.
I'm not anxious not to go over too much of what I've already written to you, but I was interested to hear the LA insistence on the placemaking boundary features, talking about it being terribly important. I believe that any visitors that comes to our site, and I'm opening the door to anybody to come and visit our site, would actually appreciate that the boundary they're talking about meandering along the side of the brook is totally impractical because the brook floods regularly, and I'm talking about sort of 450 deep flood. It's not something that is I mean, that's in itself very dangerous in terms of public and everything else. So I think it's certainly not going to be viable for us to do it. We're never going to do it. As I say, more than happy for people to visit. The land was declared sink from a walking down Burnt Farm Ride and looking at the hedgerows, and that's documented in various of Enfield's documentation online. I can find probably a half dozen at least examples of saying we ought to have a look, but they didn't look until very recently. And certainly we've had ecology studies done which show the land to be of very, very limited value, and indeed the hedgerows to be of limited value. Having said that, of course, the hedgerows, if Enfield carried on with the concept of creating a bus route together with an active travel route along Burnt Farm Ride, would all disappear, because Burnt Farm Ride is nowhere near wide enough, nor is it substantial enough as a road without being completely redug up and recreated. One more point I'd just like to pick up on an early plan, the land outside the placemaking area was, on our land outside, was labelled Whitewebb's Park. When I picked that up with Enfield planners, one of the ladies crossed it out and said, no, it's a mistake. But it clearly has just carried on being labelled as Whitewebb's Park. I don't know whether that's got a relevance. It's not been mentioned in any discussions that we've had here, I don't think. But I'm just raising the point because it's there. I also believe, and again it's just a point to make, that comprehensive development within the Greenbelt area, I think, would benefit from more open spaces within the developed spaces, because that would create more opportunities for biodiversity, SUDs, etc., etc. I think for the present time, that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just in terms of your point on the boundary not being practical, so you're suggesting a different boundary then would be that you're obviously following the logic of the discussion, that you're arguing without putting words in your mouth, that the current boundary is unsound. And so in order to make it sound, what are you proposing instead?
I'm suggesting that the allocation of that area of land without very, very comprehensive work would not be safe for visitors of the public. So to create the access routes that they're suggesting to be fed along the brook and to the brook would not be safe nor reasonable for all sorts of reasons. And I don't think it's viable in cost terms at all. I mean, so what other alternative boundary you create is something I've not really given a great deal of thought to.
Okay. So you're saying the area of the should be removed from the from the allocation?
As an example, the wood next door to the brook, there's more trees that need removing than there are that would be kept, because it floods too, and the trees don't grow in the flooded area properly. Now, it does have nature and wildlife in there, but I don't know how, what level of works we'd have to do to get that to be stable and useful is something I think is unlikely.
So I'm just trying to get to the bottom of what it is you want changing.
From our perspective, we are supporting development of the green belt generally, in terms of we think that Enfield needs it, etc., etc. We operate a business with 400 staff from that land. We would carry on doing that. So there's no real viability for us to enter into a development unless something became more sensible. As far as the boundary is concerned with the green belt, and if we're going to serve that with public, then it has to be very carefully thought out, because it's not going to be safe.
Okay, thank you. We may well we'll return to this point, no doubt, when we get on to some matters of delivery, which I think will pop up in various guises. So thank you for that. Just I've got to make a note and I'll come back. Just hold on a sec. Sorry, thanks. Obviously, again, if we can make sure that you try and get everything you want to say out first time, so I'm not going back and forth, that would be helpful. Thank you. Enfield Road Watch.
Sorry, this is a response to what Mr. Taylor said. Just as a matter of clarity, the Rosewood estate, which he calls a hole in the greenbelt, was not created as a hole in the greenbelt. It predates it. It was built for the workers who worked in the market gardens in the 1930s. So just as a matter of clarity there.
Thanks. I did, actually, I assumed that.
You did,
so,
okay.
Yeah. And Councillor Smith then, and if we can then go back to the council.
Okay, thank you very much. It's been a very interesting discussion so far, I have to say. Yes, the first point I'd like to make is that the Council's documentation makes constant reference as a justification for developing Cruise Hill and other parts of the Green Belt on the basis of housing need. It refers constantly to the MPPF in its exceptional circumstances paper, which talks about housing need as being one of the main reasons why there should be release of the green belt in some parts of the country. We accept all of that. However, the point is, and this has been made in the past, Enfield is part of a larger housing market. The allocations in the London Plan for Enfield are low compared with other parts of London, and that's not because the housing need in Enfield is lower than other parts of London, because it's extremely high, and we accept that. It's because the capacity, of course, in other parts of London to provide housing, the housing need, is much greater. And that point is entirely missed in all the voluminous paperwork that's been provided. And so so the basic premise that housing need justifies building on the green belt, and that the brownfield areas in Enfield, which are also enormous, Meridian Water being a case in point, where the council has constantly repeated that 10,000 homes could be provided, even though only 200 have been provided over the last 15 years. We simply do not think there is a justification for any development in the Greenbelt. Right, so that's the first thing I'd like to say. Getting down to the nitty-gritty of boundaries and so on, the council has provided through consultants a very interesting report, the Enfield Greenbelt and Metropolitan Open Land Assessment, which provides maps of the various sites and the various aspects of Cruise Hill in particular that contribute to the Greenbelt and also that harm the Greenbelt. And talking about, I assume, so that you do have a copy of this report. I've simply extracted some of the plans, some of the maps. But you will see in, pardon me, in figure 1.6 that this report by independent consultants for the council define these parts of the allocation area to the west of the railway line, which it defines as CH1 and CH9, which are now being given different definitions. SA1, I can't see it there, but they are. But it is correct, I believe, as being designated as very high in terms of damage to the Greenbelt. Very high. So it's the highest definition for all that part of the allocated site that's west of the railway line. It also says that the area south of the M25, which is again a substantial part of the allocated, the proposed area, has moderate to high harm to the Greenbelt. So people have blithely talked about this being a grey area and so on. That is a oversimplification. There are parts of the allocation that where the harm and the contribution is low or negligible, and we accept that. But for about a third of the site, that is not the case. So in terms of looking at this particular development, it seems that although we do not support it at all, there is a strong case for redefining the boundaries to a more appropriate level so that the harm to the Greenbelt is reduced significantly. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, a few points there for you to come back on, Mr. Reid, if you want to.
Thank you very much. So Mr. Smith will pick up some points as well. But can I deal with Ms. Fisk's points firstly with regard to the idea of piecemeal development occurring anyway with this allocation? So we'll come on to this in terms of how the scheme is to be delivered. But one can see that by way of the provision of an SPD and by way of the master planning approach, that's not going to happen, as we will come on to. But in any event, there is the point that I made previously, which is, well, what will happen in the event that this allocation does not come forward? And it seems from the answer that Ms. Fisk gives that actually it's implicit that they accept that there will be piecemeal development by that means. The reality is that without the allocation, there's, I would suggest, an inevitability around piecemeal development coming forward for the reasons that I set out previously. The other aspect I'd focus on with regard to Ms. Fisk's comments is the point around the extent to which this is already existing development. The point has been made that, well, we already have development in Cruise Hill. And the fact that the Greenbelt may have been designated after that development was in place doesn't mean that one shouldn't take into account the extent to which the pre-existing development is there. And the Greenbelt assessment makes clear the extent to which development within that area is not going to have significant levels of harm. That's everything I'd say about Ms. Fisk's points. With regard to Mr. Lack's points, he refers to the Greenbelt assessment at, I think, page 43, and refers to the various boundaries and the way in which, or how strong they should be regarded. And I think he said that if it is a hedgerow, it would be regarded as a weak boundary. The definition of the boundary features at table 4.1 indicates that a mature well-treed hedgerow would be a moderate boundary. He also refers to the fact that we've identified a railway line in the context of RUR3 as being a strong boundary. It may well be a strong boundary. Indeed, that's how it would be defined under the Greenbelt assessment. But the fact that it's been identified as such under RUR3 doesn't affect the significance or otherwise of the other conclusions reached around boundaries in respect of Cruise Hill. So on compensatory provision, I've already dealt with the extent to which there can be an interrelationship between what's provided on site and what's already in existence in the Greenbelt, and I won't go back over that. But Mr. Lack's point about, well, there's already fully funded provision within the Greenbelt under the various policies, that goes both ways, because, of course, if there is already a degree of improvement that is taking place within the Greenbelt, the tying in of provision within the allocation with those elements makes it that much more effective and that much more beneficial.
I just I think there's a subtle difference there between what the argument that obviously the compensatory improvements there, or the improvements are already taking place, and as you say, might help justify or help mitigate the impacts more generally. But of course, what the framework talks about is compensatory improvements, presumably. I can infer from what it is relating to the development itself. So I think there's a subtle. Your point may still stand in terms of overall picture, but in terms, I think the argument is being made was, if we were totting things up, which we don't do, but if we were totting things up, then some of those things already funded or implemented can't, if you like, offset what is being proposed in paragraph whatever it is of the framework terms, because that's talking about compensatory improvements, about removal of the Greenbelt. The fact it may have other benefits or may help mitigate is sort of material, I'm sure, but it's not necessarily to the point of that part of policy.
No, I accept that it may not have that effect, but as a starting point, it's not a necessary requirement in order to establish a release. It's one of the factors to take into account when considering the appropriateness of the release. But at the same time, when one's looking at what is the benefit associated with a greater degree of accessibility to the Greenbelt in its wider terms as a result of what's being proposed on the site itself, the enhancement of the surrounding Greenbelt can of itself help to enhance that issue. Then with regard to Mr. Samson's points on the Salmon Brook, Mr. Smith will come back to deal with that, so I won't take up time on it. On Councillor Smith's points, he dealt in part with the housing need issue and said, well, there's a lot of brownfield land available within Enfield in any event at Meridian Water. So you know, of course, the approach that's being taken within this plan towards Meridian Water, it's already delivering up what it is required to do so. So I won't go back over that issue. And then in relation to the Greenbelt boundary, the Greenbelt harm, Councillor Smith referred to the Greenbelt assessment. And so I won't go back over what you've already seen with regard to the levels of harm, but there's one issue that does arise in part through your questions earlier on, as well as Councillor Smith's observations. It's at page 98 within GRE 1, paragraph 9.21. Looks at its concluding part of section 9 that looks at the effect cumulatively of the proposals, and you'll see that it says all of the areas earmarked for release are sufficiently isolated to have no notable relationship with one another, inhibiting their cumulative visual influence. There will be no significant cumulative harm to the functioning of the Greenbelt and Enfield, i.e. in combination, no more harm than that already identified through the assessment of the individual sites. And so to the extent that one finds an assessment of the interrelationship, which one does there at 921, it makes clear the conclusions that have been arrived at in respect of that issue. So that's what I say at the moment. Thank you. Mr. Smith, though, will no doubt have some other comments.
Yes, if I may add to some of those points that Mr. Reid has made. One thing to also note, I think, in terms of the table in table 4.1, which sets out the strengths of the Greenbelt boundaries, I'll draw attention also to the paragraph above that table, 4.72, which references that the cumulative impact of multiple boundary features increases distinction, and that is the approach that the councils have taken. So whilst we emphasise and reference the brooks as being the boundary, there is vegetation related to those brooks that's well established, and there is the floodplains as well there, which are all referenced in the table below to strengthen that that boundary point. On the compensatory measures, I just referenced that policy BG7 does recognise the criteria 5 that lists the committed schemes in terms of what's funded or not. That in the preceding text to that, it does state that further schemes are to be determined. So it's not meant to be a definitive list of everything that is happening, and we recognise there'll be more improvements to come that can be facilitated through growth, such as at Cruise Hill. And sub-criteria H does then reference that further foot and cycle paths and improvements would be coming forward. So while some schemes are funded and they are listed in that policy, there are others that would be sought as they move forward. Finally, in terms of the active travel and the flood risk around the brook to the east, I think the intention and the policy is worded obviously to improve active travel and public footpaths, cycleways across the entirety of the site. And you may want to refer to the spatial framework in the background evidence that there is a plan on page 93.
So what's the document reference?
The PLA3, the spatial framework for Cruise Hill.
And the
Page 93.
Thank you.
Which gives an illustration of a network of footpath and cycle improvements. And obviously this relates to the spatial framework image itself, which is in the local plan, which as we've referenced is put in there as an illustrative plan. The image in the spatial framework that I've referred to sets out the intent around the network of foot and cycle paths. But again, this is proposed and illustrative. It will depend on the detailed design of the plots and where exactly routes and connections are put through. And that work is to be evolved further through the master plan and would be evolved further through planning applications. The issue in question is putting a route along the brook. I think this is, as I say, an illustrative version. If it needed to be sited either east or west, there'd be a different spatial configuration, different design treatment that could take. It's not meant to be precise in terms of the routing, and it could take into account the flood issues there, and the spatial framework itself has a separate section around the flood risk, so we do recognise that there is flooding in that brook. It's also a leisure route around there in terms of the open space, so it's not as though it's a direct key route to a facility or an access point, so there's flexibility around how that could be provided.
Thank you. I don't want to move on, so if you've got Mr. Lack. I mean, I'm not moving on until you've said what you want to say, but if it's a new point rather than a...
Well, sir, I wanted to pick up on something Mr. Reid was saying, I think towards the end of his comments, and he referenced, I think it was page 921 in GRE1. Have I got that right?
Figure 9, paragraph 9.
Paragraph 921. And I believe what the point was being made was that the release of these areas to the west of the railway line, I think he was saying, had no negative impact on the rest of the Greenbelt. Have I got that right?
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. My understanding is that he's talking about in combination effects with other Greenbelt releases, I think is the point. Is that the point? So they should be looked at in isolation, I think is the idea. So rather than combining the harm of Chase Park and Cruise Hill and Hadley Wood and these other ones together, there's no cumulative impact in that respect. They are isolated.
Thank you for clarifying that, because I thought that was the gist of what the point was, and I definitely take great issue with that point. The local plan in general, thank you. The local plan in general is releasing or proposing to release sections from the wider landscape of Enfield Chase. One of the problems I think we're going to face with this hearing is that we're going to focus on individual policies and allocations, but there is a wider picture, and I will be drawing attention to that later on in some of the points I wish to make.
Mr. Lack, if you feel that I'm not going to be looking at it in cumulative, then you're mistaken. Clearly, I'm aware of cumulative issues, but you're more than welcome to point these things out to me. But I think I've said many times, there's lots of threads for me to tie together, and I'm mindful of all of them. So, yeah, you don't need to worry yourself about that. Okay, can we move on then? Unless there's anything else you want to say. We're going to move on then to the location issues. Now, that's under question 4.26 in my MIQs, and you'll see there's a series of subheadings. I'm going to take those subheadings, rather than go through all of my questions, which would take till about 4 o'clock probably. I'm going to break it down into subheadings. They're not necessarily going to be in the order that's on the MIQ, but I'll make it clear what I'm talking about. And there may be some which I don't necessarily cover, but you'll be able to, if obviously you have any concerns, you'll be able to pick those up at the end. So what I'm going to start with is the issue that's cropped up quite a lot. I'm going to pick up on sort of general site selection and sustainable location accessibility issues first. And then I'll move on to sort of other transport issues in terms of cumulative impacts and so on. But I'll start with the general accessibility of the area. So I've got quite a few questions about that, and then I'll open it up for that, and then we'll move on to transport, and then we'll move on, do the same, move on to heritage. We'll take another break around. I'm going to say I don't want to do more than an hour, so we'll take a break at 5 past. We may go slightly into our lunch hour to give us sort of an hour, and then slightly shorter lunch, and then come back. But anyway, so I'm going to start off with principle of development here and how the allocation fits into your site selection assessment and whether this should be considered a sustainable location. That's the first point. As far as I can tell, and we talked a little bit about this with Hadley Wood, as far as I can tell, notwithstanding the statements of common ground that exists between Enfield and TfL and the statements of common ground with TfL and GLA, the issues they have raised with regard to sustainability of Cruise Hill and Chase Park, but Cruise Hill today, still remain. Is that fair?
So there are still issues, but you've seen that there are various modifications that, at least in the statement of common ground, indicate the degree to which there may be ways to improve that position.
Okay, we'll come on to them at some point, but there aren't as many modifications in relation to this allocation as there are some of the others, so which suggests they're not. Well, there's a debate to be had over what those modifications are. and who's agreed them and how whether they solve the issue or not. But they don't exist in this. You know, all those points about active travel and so on that seem to crop up in most of the other allocations aren't there in this. I mean, maybe that's an issue for tomorrow when we get into the individual allocations. But just point that. But the main point is there's nothing from TfL or GLA to say actually we now consider this to be, but our concerns about the sustainability of this allocation have been resolved. That's not fair. Yeah.
True, so yes.
And just looking at the conclusions of the Cruise Hill Transport Baseline, which is PLA11, there's a bit of a sort of run through of probably already know, but to set some context. The conclusion of that is the existing PTAL is low, the railway station underutilised but in a useful location, bus provision is poor with only one service of limited frequency, no cycle infrastructure, some destinations within a 20-minute walk, although the study actually refers to 20 minutes or 4,800 metres, which I suspect is a typo because I challenge anyone to walk to 4,800 metres in 20 minutes. Junctions to the M25 are some distance away. As well as these, the study identifies other constraints relating to topography, the nature of the environment around the station, quality of the public realm, etc. And obviously I'm also aware of TfL's objections to the allocation based on transport accessibility and concerns that the location, I think the scale of development, the location development and the likely parking provision, obviously because we'll come on to that, is that the development will be effectively car dependent. In looking at the statement of common ground with TfL, the Council has recognised the challenges associated with public transport accessibility in this location. So taking all of that into account, and if you're looking at that in the round, what do you say about these constraints? And do they actually cast any doubt as to whether or not this is a sustainable location for the level of housing identified?
Well, so again, Mr. Smith will deal with a number of points with regard to the detail, but the starting point is what has been modelled as the mode share within that area, within Cruise Hill, which one can see in TRA 4 at page 91, which shows the sustainable mode share at 43% on the basis of committed elements. But you'll see that there's no significant difference between the committed future and the baseline. And the reason is because there aren't any committed elements that were taken into account for the purposes of the modelling. But so that's, as I say, sustainable mode share at 43%, and the ambition is to get to 75%. And there have been there are a series of ways that have been identified within the infrastructure delivery plan, which themselves have been the subject of consideration through the design processes, a series of measures which will uplift that level, or are anticipated to do so. And as I said previously, bus provision has been discussed with TfL. Cycle provision is also the subject of consideration. And as part of that, we'll come on to it in the context, no doubt, of the delivery elements, but the extent to which a pedestrian stroke cycle bridge is going to be helpful in adding to that level of sustainability needs to be taken into account. But those elements, alongside the pre-existing position with regard to distances from Enfield town, have led to the conclusion ultimately that aim of 75% is a realistic one. So of course the Council notes the position of TfL and the Mayor, but the assessment has been made on the basis of those sorts of elements. I put that in a summary form, and Mr. Smith will give some further colour to that as appropriate. But
so yes, so you're right to note the contents of the evidence-based document PLA11, the transport baseline, which it was done as part of the preparation of the spatial framework and was intended to give a thorough overview of the current conditions as the site. And obviously we are talking about transformation of this area, which will require a long list of improvements that are set out in the IDP and costed in the additional work that we've provided. And again, we can come back to the details around specifics of those as you need us to. There's also the kind of recognition that as part of that transformation, part of the reason why the PTALs are low and services are low there at the moment is there's only 200, 250 or so residential properties in that area. So therefore, services meet the current sort of population or related to the current population. That is certainly proposed to change dramatically, and therefore a whole manner of improvements are set out in the various documents. The core sort of, as well as the baseline assessment, which kind of looks at the current conditions and the service levels, it's the spatial framework document, the PLA3, that has then translated that into what that means for the place and what kind of improvements could occur. It also captures some of the conversations that have been going on with TfL being one party, but also with the train operating company in terms of service frequency at the station, which presently is 4 trains per hour peak hours to outside of peak hours, but the potential to go up to 7 trains per hour. And this is a demand-led exercise. So assuming the population grows and people need that service, the services can be improved. The buses, as you may have picked up from that baseline work, there's only 1 bus that goes down to Rosewood Drive at the moment, to an hour, so it's not a very frequent service. So these are the reasons why the current PTALs are low. But there's allowances in the viability work, the infrastructure delivery plan, to improve bus services, and allowances for the subsidy of those in the early years. And again, we can come back to the details of them, as well as the broader kind of spatial approach of putting services, facilities, retail, schools, community facilities, all within walking distance of the new communities there. So it's not just a physical improvement of the transport infrastructure, but a product of the placemaking approach to make sure that you have all the right facilities there. And that comes back a little bit to some of the earlier points around critical mass and needing to create a place of certain scale that can provide those facilities to avoid people having to travel off-site to use them. So there's quite a lot of detail in there, and you may have questions around specifics, which I'm happy to answer.
Okay, yeah, I think a couple of things on the evidence for this, because obviously one of the concerns of, I think, GLA and TfL is that the allocation won't deliver a sufficient scale of development to address their concerns about public transport. I think I'm right in saying, but correct me if I'm wrong, that it won't generate the level of either, I assume, patronage or funding to create a sustainable level of public transport accessibility, buses in particular, I think. So have you got any evidence to the contrary to that actually demonstrates that this scale of development will be able to create and sustain a sustainable level of public transport accessibility?
I think there may be 2 elements of the GLA's concern. One was around overall scale, but also around density. And I think the density point was maybe a misunderstanding of calculating overall site areas and unit capacities. And as we've referenced before, sites like the SA 11.2 on the golf course is a large site, but only a small residential capacity, and that's because there's concentrated development at the most sustainable location on the northern edge adjacent to Cattlegate Road, whereas I think that the GLA in previous representations had misunderstood a bit of that density and thought it was low density urban sprawl, which is not being intended here, and the spatial framework sets out the density approach. So the council are promoting a denser scheme that can then make sure that the population is sited in close proximity to all of those services. That is part of making services work by having easy access and making sure things like bus stops are all within 400 metres of residential properties. Scale is influenced by a combination of factors in terms of what is an appropriate development extent of the area, and as we discussed in the Greenbelt matters, the councils have considered that this is the most appropriate overall boundary in terms of permanence to go further and bigger would have sort of introduced extra challenges along that way. The scale of development of 5,500 homes is considered appropriate to fund the delivery of extra bus services. There is a costing in the work that is based on pump priming of a certain degree of service that has been worked up by the transport advisors and consultants who've been involved in the project. There have been discussions with TfL on that. Those discussions will need to continue. It's not to say that that's the final figure that will be required. It will all be determined by the exact sort of mix of housing and timing of housing as it comes forward. And one of the issues, I think, with the GLA, they obviously wanted to continue those discussions through the process, which is partly why I think they felt that some of these sites needed a further planning process to go through, like an area action plan or something, to make sure that that engagement was ongoing. Rather than an area action plan, which should take several years and delay back delivery, the approach the councils are taking through the preparation of the SPD, which is a formal planning document, involves the continuation of those discussions with the likes of TfL and other stakeholders and the broader community and other interest bodies as part of the preparation of that kind of document where these issues can be further explored and resolved over time.
We'll come on, no doubt we'll talk about SPD in the fullness of time. But the point would be, do I not need a certain level of certainty, reasonable level of certainty, that if you're removing this site from this allocation from the green belt, that those aspirations, if you like, for delivering public transport improvements or any of the infrastructure for that matter, but just as we're talking about public transport, that is actually realistic, and that the costs you've identified are robust, and that that would lead to at least in principle sustainable levels of public transport. Is there any rule of thumb anywhere from TfL or from your evidence which actually points out, well, actually, in order to deliver, X number of buses an hour, it needs this level of funding, but also presumably this level of have you got expected passenger numbers, for example, to demonstrate that you have sufficient passengers? Because my understanding, yes, I think they've had some concerns about density, but I think my understanding, again, if I'm wrong, tell me, but just the pure numbers of dwellings proposed is not going to be sufficient to deliver that on a sustainable level. And I therefore take the point where you said, if you go higher, more housing, you're trying to, it actually leads to a whole lot of other problems. But does that point to, well, actually, if you can't deliver the scale of housing within this area that you feel is suitable, then is it actually suitable, at all? Because to go, you might need more, but again, plain devil's advocate, you might need more, but that causes unsurmountable problems in other ways, and therefore it means that the allocation isn't sound. So it's a long question, I hope that makes sense.
We may need to come back to you on specific evidence in terms of the application of specific transport measures and their impact on sustainable choices and mode share. As far as I understand it, it's a combination of factors that drive that, and it's very difficult to separate out specific sort of improvements in active travel versus rail versus bus as to how that changes the dynamic. So it's treated as a combination thing, but we can maybe come back to you as to that. Just in terms of the physical measures that have been costed and the appropriateness of those to cover what is felt to be required, I'll just sort of revert back to the fact that the work that we've done has included transport consultants who are specialists in this kind of area, who have had discussions with the likes of TfL and officers in Enfield Council themselves, the transport team here, in terms of the costs of buses, extra buses and service subsidies that are required. So the figures that are set out are based on tangible, credible discussions around what would be required. They're not just sort of numbers that have come from nowhere, and we could potentially provide you with more information on that if you need it.
Of these figures, well, these figures presumably have been before TfL, because the discussions are ongoing, and this evidence, if this evidence is before me, then it's before them. So again, at the moment, TfL haven't said yes, we're happy with all of this, have they? So, where does it leave me in terms of whether you say they're credible, but if the relevant highway authorities haven't sort of agreed that, does that leave me in a difficult position?
I understand the points there in terms of kind of wanting a degree of confidence that the figures are right. I think the challenge, as ever, with these kind of things in forecasting and agreeing and committing to certain things, there needs to be a degree of flexibility over time. And in fact, stakeholders, in particular, ones that require contributions towards transport infrastructure, I don't think would commit quite as early in the process to a defined figure, and they'd want to reserve judgment to assess the detail of proposals and applications as they come forward. So there's a limit, I think, to the degree of commitment that you can expect at this stage in the process. There are certain infrastructure elements I would envisage that were required earlier in that process, therefore your expectation of certainty probably increases. And things like the bus service subsidy, which would be something that would be required from the first occupiers to make sure that it builds in behaviour change, is something that requires a degree of greater certainty, whereas there may be other aspects, such as the improvements to the rail station, physical improvements that might not be later needed until 10, 15, 20 odd years' time, where it would be inappropriate to have that degree of certainty at the outset. So I think there's a variety of kind of confidence and certainty that A, is possible at this stage in the process, or that stakeholders would be willing and able to commit to right at the outset. The final thing I would say is kind of obviously these matters are things that require ongoing discussion and involvement of the stakeholders throughout, and as I said, the council are proposing to do that through the preparation of the SPD, and obviously they'll be involved in the consideration of any subsequent planning applications to make sure that they are addressing the sustainable movement requirements that are being set through this current policy.
Yes, of course, and the framework talks about, you know, for large schemes you may not know all of the requirements at the outset, but clearly there's an element of, you know, if let's say, for example, take a different example altogether, a site, an allocation needed a, you know, £100 million junction improvement on a motorway, even if that hadn't been worked up and, you know, we hadn't got designs in front of me, but if National Highways, say, we're saying, well, we're reasonably confident that that can be delivered, and, you know, there's the viability assessment demonstrates that there's £100 million. That's a wildly extravagant figure, but, you know, just to go to extreme, there's enough money in there to deliver that. You know, you've got some comfort that, yes, all right, things have to be worked up, and there's going to be discussions about. But so in this case, looking at it so do I need? Yeah, you've actually said yourself, do I need to have a certain level of certainty about? I might not need to know exactly how the railway station is going to be improved, or, you know, what the number, how many buses are definitely going to be in the areas. But do I need a certain level of comfort that in order to deliver the vision, because that's the point about, right, is the vision deliverable, that actually the figures stack up, at least in principle, recognising that, of course, over the fullness of time, there'll be further discussions with TfL, no doubt, and further things will change. But I've got to have a starting point, at least. Well, actually, it's acceptable in principle. There's a reasonable level of certainty in principle that this can be achieved, rather than somebody telling me at the moment, because all I've got from TfL at the moment, it can't be achieved. So I've got, from their perspective, I'm in a position where, as far as they're concerned, I'm not saying, you know, it's a viewpoint. Obviously, it's an important viewpoint because they're the highway authority and the service providers. They're telling me it's not going to be achievable. So, is that should I be setting aside their concerns?
So I was going to say, in terms of the detailed analysis as to how one's got to the figure that's required for the bus provision, that's something that we can provide further information on. And Mr. Cole, who you've met before, will be able to speak to that in a moment. But so I wonder whether or not it might be worthwhile if that's done after lunch, by which time we'll be able to give perhaps a more efficient answer than might otherwise be the case.
Okay, yeah, I'll move on. We'll move on through my questions. If any more of my questions they need to come back on, we can pick it up. I'll try and get to the end of sustainable transport, and then we'll have a break. I'll pick up things about costs and everything else. Either, I've already talked about that, but we'll have an opportunity tomorrow to talk about that when we get to delivery. There's a particular issue, I think, about the bridge, which you've already mentioned. So I think we'll come back to the bridge then. Dealt with that. Just in terms of parking, there's obviously an issue about parking and how parking is dealt with. And I think, again, in Hadley Wood, there was a suggested modification to refer to the London plan and what they refer to as car light. So I think now I feel like I've been able to review all of that a bit more, understand it a bit more. The point being that because Hadley Wood, for example, is in PTL 1, 0 and 1, the parking standards will be 1.5, I think, per dwelling. So the plan, you're taking a view of your suggested modifications. So actually, presumably because you're looking to improve certain things in the area or at least reflect higher levels of accessibility, it's actually more suitable to use the lower parking standard or more restrictive parking standard because it'd be car light. So that's understood. Here, there is no such suggested modification. I think TfL's concerns are that because it's PTL 0 and 1, that in your plan as a whole, I don't think PL11 actually mentions parking standard. I might be wrong, but we'll come on to that. But either way, it defers to the London Plan's parking. The plan defers to the London Plan's parking standards. TfL's concern, obviously, is it's not really the intention of the London Plan for 5,000 dwelling allocations to have that 1.5 spaces per dwelling standard. That's not really the intention of the plan, and really it should be going for a lower level. What are your views on that? Not least, that is really the intention of the allocation and the vision to actually, in effect, bring it out of PTL 0 and 1. So you're looking at something that's more accessible and so on and so forth. So actually, would it be appropriate to be looking at a more, if it was achieved, doable in policy terms, to look at more restrictive standards? Or is 1.5 what it is the council's intention?
So again, can I come back with Mr. Cole's answer on that issue, so that you have it clearly set out?
Okay, if I just run through my question, then, if you've got other things, and then we can get to the end of it. Network, I assume you said the rail operator. You've talked to the rail operator about Cruise Hill station. Is that national? I mean, there's obviously, I don't know which of the companies it is, but is it run? But it's not. Is it a TfL station or is it a national rail or network rail station? And either way, have discussions been going on about improvements there?
Yes. So it's a national rail network asset, and the service is provided by Govia Thameslink. And discussions, it's referenced in the spatial framework. There is I could dig you out the page reference where it references discussions we've had with them, and as I said earlier, around the ability to increase the services that stop there over time up to 7.
As I say, we're going to come on to the issue of the bridge. Have discussions, and like I say, we'll come on to whether or not the bridge is there's a debate to be had whether the bridge is a must or an essential or desirable. And I think that's a delivery issue as much as anything. But so maybe we'll come on. You might want to answer that question at some point. But just in terms of the physical, ability to actually put a bridge over the railway, have discussions with Network Rail been going on about that? Because that is obviously something that can be problematic. Irrespective of the money side of it, is it actually physically possible, and are they amenable to it?
Discussions haven't got into the detail, unless a colleague advises otherwise, in terms of delivery of that. There will be, again, a timing point of when that's required. The intention and expectation is that development would happen relatively early west of the railway line in SA 11.1, given as it was referenced earlier in terms of its greenfield, relatively unconstrained nature. The area that it would connect to, though, you would only put a bridge once it connects to another part of development. The area towards the rear of Cattlegate Road, the SA 11.3, would be some way in the future in terms of when that would be happening. So discussions with Network Rail in terms of provision and design of that bridge would be further on down the line. It's not one of the issues to be careful with in these kind of discussions is when it's the only point of access into a site, in which sometimes there can be difficulties with discussions around provision of these things and the impact on viability. This is different in this circumstance in that it improves accessibility and connectivity around that part of the site, but the land would be accessed from both west and east of the railway from Cattlegate Road itself. So it's not the sole point of access, and we will, as you've alluded to, we'll come on to further discussion as to what nature that bridge and what form and physical structure it may be most appropriate to take.
Okay. Yeah, obviously, it's again foreshadowing further discussions. The information I have, the most recent viability or cost information I have, has that as it's sort of excluded from the costs because it's a desirable, but the plan policy says must. So there's a dichotomy there, perhaps. But we'll. I nearly said we'll cross that bridge when we get there, which would have been very, very unfortunate and not a completely undeliberate pun. But we'll get to that, I think, when we get into some of the policy stuff.
So yes, we've noted that, and it's something that we were going to pick up at the appropriate time.
Yeah, and I've got some other points about the SPD, but I think I'll pick those up in general terms when we get on to it's sort of probably easier to do it with when I'm talking about criterion 1 and 2 of the plan policy itself, because that's where it's referred to. But just on a point you've made, Mr. Smith, about there's further discussions to be had, and the SPD is the mechanism for that. But again, it really just goes back. If there's anything else you want to say about this, but it goes back to, what are you deferring to SPD that we don't know now? And if there's things we don't know in this context about sustainable, accessible issues, is that sort of determinative? Because, obviously SPD can't make policy for a start. So if there's something that's missing, the SPD can't require that. And also if we can't I can't necessarily defer, at least in theory, to an SPD. So, well, actually, there's a lot of uncertainty about this allocation. There's a lot of uncertainty about whether it's deliverable, or a lot of uncertainty about whether it can achieve its vision. But it's okay because the SPD will sort it out. But that's, particularly when you're talking about Greenbelt, I think, is it really a suitable approach?
Well, so you're right. It can't make policy, and there needs to be a proper framework policy framework within which the SPD should come forward. So. Certainly, there needs to be sufficient level of certainty around the various policy elements. But of course, it depends on what the framework is that's set out in policy that would then dictate the extent to which it can be brought forward under the SPD, which comes down to the specifics. So there was one point I wanted to come back on now, unless there are other matters that you wanted to raise at this stage on the transportation issue.
No, I think you've got a few things to come back on. If they triggers more questions, I'll ask them then. So.
This may do, but on the Carlight issue, the position now is set out in the Statement of Common Ground with TfL. It's at page 5 in the Statement of Common Ground, and that's under the areas of agreement, which begins at page 4, and under parking standards at page 5, it says adoption of car-light development principles or car-free for PTAL 5 and 6 for strategic housing and commercial sites within the local plan policies, including Cruise Hill and Chase Park. So that's the agreed position with regard to how it's going to be delivered. To the extent that it's necessary, that will have to come forward as one of the development principles within PL11.
Okay. Okay, that's not me saying, that's not been put forward as a suggested mod at the moment. I'm right in saying anything.
Not at the present time, sir, but that's the agreed position.
That's the agreed position.
Yes.
It throws up another issue, obviously, in terms of, well, first and foremost, obviously, is the policy unsound as it is, which obviously it defers to the London plan. So is that unsound? That's question one for me. Question two is if the solution to that is a main modification to make it car light, how does that fit in with the it's a slightly strange position where obviously a general conformity point, is it in, it's kind of moving against the London plan, because the London plan would say 1.5 spaces here, but of course the intention is to presumably, again, if not in real term, in sort of in effect, to take this out of PTAL1. You know, I guess would be the logical conclusion of this. It would no longer be that, it would fit in, you know, the overall vision is to fit into something more like PTAL 2, 3, 4, whatever, you know, so that would be more appropriate. It's
Yes,
future-proofing, I think.
Yes, that's the intention behind it. And the delivery of a higher level of PTAL is included within one of the aims of the framework work that's been undertaken in respect to the site, which you've already seen at PLA 3.
Thank you. Right, we'll just leave that there. We'll take a 10-minute break. Is that okay with everyone? Just to get a bit of stretch of legs and comfort break, and then we'll come back at 12:30. Have half an hour, and then we'll come back. So 12:30. Thank you very much. Okay. I did say, you know, if there's anything you want to say, you should say it at the time. Have we lost Councillor Smith? Do we know, or is he? Right. Well, I'm going to start. I wanted to start. So it's 12:30, so I'm going to come back. But I did want to. I understand that some people have been struggling in the room, and so clearly I want to ask the participants how everyone's feeling, because I don't want to carry on if it's going to cause any problems for anyone, health and safety-wise. If it is far too hot. So I was conscious Mr. Councillor Smith rather not return. I hope it's not.
We're actually fine on this side. It's quite cool.
All right. Okay. How about the council side?
Yes, same. Thank you very much.
So, yeah, obviously, people in the audience are not, you know, there's one person in the audience, so it's like, you're welcome to stay, but clearly you don't have to stay, so you're probably, you know, you're able to at least wander off if it gets too much, and obviously there's the opportunity to watch it via the stream in probably more comfortable surroundings. As I said at the start, if anyone participating does find it too hot, or you know, the room is problematic, then please do let me know, because I don't want people wilting when we do have time tomorrow. So I'm going to keep an eye on it and keep checking. As I say, if we've lost, I don't like to think we've lost someone because of the heat, or it might just be he's late coming back. So we'll just keep an eye on that. But I will have to make a start. What I'm going to do, I know somebody else has yes. joined. Perhaps on the sustainability, accessibility issues, we get the positions from anyone else around the table, and then because that might also highlight some things that your colleague may wish to raise, rather than come back on my points and then go back again. So I think I'll play it that way. Okay.
Thank you very much.
So yeah. So yes. Any points they wish to make about sustainability, accessibility from around? No boards up. So does that mean I can move on?
Sorry, I might say I'm a little confused actually. So under Q26, all of this list here, biodiversity, etc. You want us to speak to that?
No, I'm going to take each one
separately.
Okay. Separately. I'm not going to necessarily follow that order,
okay.
But when I come to a new point, I'll make a point. So I've started off on sustainability and accessibility, which isn't in the list actually, but it's a more general point. Okay. And then I'm going to move on to other transport issues, and then however my list okay. Has fallen. So so if you've got points on what I've just been talking about, sustainability and accessibility, then please raise them now, and then obviously, yes, in the fullness of time, we'll get on to biodiversity, green infrastructure and so on. I just want to say, I don't think, looking at where we are, we're going to get through all of this today, so we are going to need tomorrow morning anyway to overspill, so that was always part of the plan, but I suspect it's going to be a necessity, not least because I think it is very uncomfortable. We are going to have to keep braking. So I just want to make that point now. So yeah, so if you have points about what I've just been pre-break talking about, then please make them now. Thank you.
Just one point. I thought I heard Mr. Smith say that the station is not going to be upgraded for many years, but I just want to make the point that it's not an accessible station. It's not handicapped accessible, so that could have an impact on some of the early dwellers that move into the new developments.
Yes, just to follow up on that point, I'm probably going to struggle to find it in my notes here, but there is reference in the IDP to the station upgrade, which I think it says is essential. And there's another reference elsewhere. There's a map, actually, that the council have published showing availability of land both within the plan period and beyond. And that seems to show that the land each side of the station is not available within the plan period.
So the problem with that?
Well, I mean, if part of the upgrade to the station, for example, was a second entrance on the west side, and the land availability appears to show that that's not available for that purpose.
So, yeah, so it would be 3,500 houses built prior to that taking place, and your point being that wouldn't be acceptable.
Yeah, that's correct, sir.
Yeah.
Sorry to ask for some clarity on precisely what Mr. Lack is raising as an issue. If I could just
If I can just find the reference.
Thank you very much. Sorry, sir, for that.
While Mr. Lack does that, Councillor Smith's return, I just wanted to reiterate what I said at the start when I came back. I was just asking people if the rights can continue because there have been some issues in the room with the heat, so I just wanted to check.
Well, personally, I'm happy to continue until lunchtime, yes, if everyone else is.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Are you leaving us at lunchtime?
No,
Oh.
for the duration.
All right, we'll carry on. We'll keep it under review, but yeah, so we'll get through to lunch. Probably will break at 1, and I know it's been a bit stop and start, but probably necessary, and then we'll come back and then we'll keep an eye on it. Sorry, Mr. Lack.
Yeah, so the first reference is in PLA PDF page 73, where it says that there's a potential for a rail station to become a more urban and integrated place at the centre of a new local centre. Then the IDP 3 document, page 44, says that it's essential to provide upgrades to the station, including a second entrance. And then the map that I referred to is in PLA 3, PDF page 44, which shows the availability of land within the plan period, but the land immediately around the station appears not to be available.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And just again for Councillor Smith's benefit, I'm sort of opening up to if any points anyone wishes to make about sustainability and accessibility, public transport and light, to what I've raised. Is there anything you want to raise in that regard? Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll pick up Berkley Homes then. Berkley or Berkley, sorry.
It's not my company. You can refer
All right,
to
I'll refer to it.
either. I think I believe
It's a dangerous
Berkley
precedent
Homes.
you might want me to set.
Yeah, as long as you don't put a T in Lichfields, that's the key one. So sorry, I was just picking up the point around the western access to the station, because of course Berkley Homes own the majority of the SA 11.1 site, and the initial master planning that we've done on our own site and discussions that we've had with the rail operators was that there would be opportunity and availability to get access from Berkley-owned land to Network Rail-owned land with an entrance on the western side. So it was just a point of clarity around that. Wouldn't be in exactly the same location as the existing underpass, which is quite close to Cattlegate Road. It'd be further along the platforms.
Thank you very much. Sorry, are these new points now? Okay, thank you. So, yes, if you, Council, want to come back on any points, and also anything that I raised prior to the break?
Yes, Mr. Smith firstly will deal, I think, with a few of those points.
Just in terms of timing of upgrades to the station and what that actually entails, there are probably a few elements to this, one of which has just been touched on there in terms of the western second access, which has just been explained is potentially from the Berkley land as opposed to land that isn't being put forward through the call for sites. It is correct that the image sort of shows beyond the plan period and land that will need to come forward in due course on the eastern side of the station. There are improvements to the station in terms of its accessibility, has been pointed out, and capacity in terms of the corridors and the stairways there, which can occur without needing to create a more fundamental redesign of the entrance to the station and a public square and things. So there is the ability to upgrade elements of the station earlier in the process in terms of capacity and accessibility before a broader sort of gateway type approach to that whole area, which wouldn't be required quite as early. The IDP, I think, does refer to the capacity improvements and the accessibility improvements, mainly in relation to the increase in population, not necessarily addressing an existing issue with accessibility, which a point is understood, and that may be something the council itself will be wanting to explore with Network Rail in terms of improvements, that are regardless to what happens with the growth around Cruise Hill, in terms of making sure that the station is fit for purpose.
Thank you. Before you go on, just one thing, that discussion has prompted a little point in my memory. I think it was earlier in January. I think it was in this area, but either way, from my site visit, I noticed it anyway, and that is in terms of access to the railway station, and however you improve it. To what extent have you considered topography? Because obviously, you know, there is a hill there. Has that factored into your thoughts on whether it is a sort of accessible location in terms of pedestrians, at least? I mean, I know we've talked a lot about distance, but it's not just about distance, it's about the ease in which people can reach it.
Hello, I'm Chris Cole. I am the Head of Strategic Transport Planning for the Council. At this stage, there are options in terms of how you would access that station. I appreciate the current entrance to the station off the road and is up a hill, but I think, again, as part of these developments, you would look at alternative routes which would be accessible. So doesn't have to be based on the existing layout of the station. Any development of the station could consider new and improved accessible routes.
You can't change the. So you're not thinking of reprofiling the hill, though. if you live at the bottom of the hill, you've just got to walk up the hill, haven't you? So is that going to be, in your view, is that a serious impediment to its accessibility or not?
Obviously, topography is always going to be an issue, but for those people with mobility impairments, but the design of roads, paths and all of that, say, would need to comply with the 1 in 20 requirement of the DDA and the Highways Act and all of those sorts of guidance documents in terms of how you design things. So you would need to take those into account when you're designing, and therefore it becomes, I believe, an engineering issue rather than an accessibility issue.
Apologies, that was a slight digression, but the other points you wanted to come back to me on in terms of, I think it was mainly or remind me, it was public transport.
Bus provision.
Bus provision, yeah.
It was. Your question related to the sums that have been calculated and how they've been arrived at, and could one rely upon them if there had been an overarching objection on the part of TfL. And so Mr. Cole will deal with this in part by reference to the fact that there have been discussions with TfL buses as to what they would be wanting to see by way of enhanced bus provision. And he'll also deal with the costs associated with those elements. So, Mr. Cole, could you deal with those 2 points? Could you deal with
Sorry.
those 2 points that I've just outlined?
Sure. So last year, back in 2024, I actually had extensive conversations over a couple of meetings with TfL bus planning colleagues about the requirements to upgrade the PTAL rating. As you pointed out, it's currently quite low, and yes, it is very much the intention that we should seek to significantly improve that through additional bus services. The particular bus routes, and I've got the details here that we were kind of discussing, we were extending the 456 route, which is the existing route up to Cruise Hill, and the thought in terms of how much the numbers of buses that we required to do that, to keep the service running at the frequency it is. However, we also talked about introducing new bus routes for the Cruise Hill area. One was perhaps to go from Cruise Hill to Southgate via Chase Park and Oakwood. And again, we discussed the number of buses that would be required in order to do such a routing over such a distance. And then finally, we also talked about a shorter route from Cruise Hill to Enfield Town. And again, we talked about the number of buses that would be required to service such a route over that distance. Obviously, what we've done is that we know that the cost of running a bus, and again, this figure came from TfL, is about £370,000 a year. And then we started doing some fairly simple maths to come up with a figure in order to support that. Should point out that the route that has the highest bus requirement is the one that would go from Cruise Hill to Southgate via Chase Park and Oakwood. That, of course, incorporates another site allocation, which I suspect is going to be discussed later. And therefore, the costs of that route would not be singularly borne by Cruise Hill. They would be shared between multiple sites and, of course, any other developments that come along the route. So hopefully that gives you some satisfaction that the figures that we've come up with do actually have some science and numbers behind them, and I say those were discussed with TfL. Should also point out that not all the bus services are needed on day one. Of course, phasing of all the developments along the routes, plural, will see buses come in at separate times in order to accommodate as occupation comes in developments. So you would seek to increase frequency and number of those routes. I think we should also point out, of course, particularly in Cruise Hill, the idea is to try and provide a number of services in the vicinity that should, therefore wouldn't require you to get onto a bus. Various services, shopping, health and education that could be provided in the area. And certainly when it comes to mode share, those kind of like little short journeys done by walking, maybe cycling, aren't actually really accommodated in mode share. But we should recognise that there will be a number of trips, particularly these days, people working from home, etc., which we need to think about. PTAL is a very blunt tool. It actually just tells you how can you get on a bus or a train. It is notable that TfL and the DfT are right now working on what they're calling connectivity tools. This is actually to take into account that issue of the fact that it's not just about a bus or a train going to a destination. It's about what can you get to? What can you get to within a reasonable walking distance? What can you get to within a reasonable cycling distance, as well as the public transport sustainable public transport modes as well. So those things are being developed in order to try and overcome this, and I think that will provide a better understanding of the sustainability of developments such as this as those tools come forward. DFT are quite close to finishing their one off. TfL's probably about a year away, I would suggest. But in my capacity, I actually am assisting with the development of that. I am chair of the London-wide Strategic Transport Forum, so therefore, I am personally involved in that particular thing. So yeah, hopefully that gives you a little bit more of a flavour of how things came round, and in terms of the numbers, and how we can look to improve the sustainable transport element of these developments.
Thank you. Two follow-on questions from that. One is the extent to which, even with what you, I mean, from the outcome of your discussions, and it may be that I may ask the council to, whether there's any scope to provide me with a more up-to-date statement of common ground, see if things have moved on, because I think the last one was dated November. Am I right in saying? Yes. So that might be something you may wish to do. But the 2 points, one being is, even when you've factored in the £370,000, £370,000 a year, that would generate this. This is the number of buses we think. Was that, which way around is it? This is what we need to deliver what would be considered a sustainable, inverted commas, development. So this is the number of buses we need to deliver. That equates to X millions. Versus, or is it, this is what the development can stand, and this is the level of this is the level of bus service that the development could actually deliver within the confines of what is viable?
It's very much the case. So TfL came up with the proposals of what they felt was required. So it wasn't a finance-led discussion. It was what is needed for this development. As I say, TfL is a multi-headed hydra with many different departments, but that discussion involved not only the person who was involved in city planning, in fact was here in stage one, and if you recall, did actually say that provision of sustainable transport is practical. It just comes down to the funding for it. If you recall her saying that, so that particular officer was involved, and then it was a member of bus planning. So it was. Led by, this is the expected quantum of development at the time, and I appreciate things on that might well change, but that's the point is that the bus planning will evolve as the development proposals evolve as well. At this stage, it doesn't need to be fundamentally set in stone and agreed at this point. The principles are the main thing, and say that figure was therefore fed into the IDP, so it very much came that way around.
Thank you. Thank you. That's useful, because obviously it would be a different way of looking at it. If it was this is what we could afford to deliver, that might not necessarily mean it's a sustainable outcome. Thank you for that. And the other position on that, I guess, then in terms of patronage, is the same sort of thing. That you'll tell me how, when considering whether a service is sustainable in London, does there have to be a certain level of patronage, and is that likely to be achieved with the numbers you're talking about?
Yes, you're correct. So the idea is that you effectively the development subsidise, for want of a better phrase, the bus services over 3 to 5 year period, and at that point TfL would then take it on commercially. So effectively you're pump priming, subsidising the development to get it going, particularly as these large developments go through several phases in order to get the patronage going. But it goes back to the point I also made. You wouldn't start every single bus service on day one of the development. You would do things as those phases became occupied, and you reach critical mass to be able to increase frequencies and service provision accordingly.
So just to be absolutely clear, when you've been talking to TfL about this, the post-subsidisation period has been part of that conversation? Does it actually?
It wasn't explicitly on this, but that is the modus operandi of TfL. That is well understood. It applies to every development that requires to fund additional bus services across the whole of London. It is standard.
So actually, this is just for my understanding of the general context. If a planning application were to come in and a 106 had a certain amount of public transport funding, but TfL thought, actually, we're not going to be in position to take this on after 3 to 5 years of subsidization. Would they tend to, I mean, I know you're speculating, but would they tend to object on that basis?
Usually the figure that is calculated for the Section 106 comes from TfL. So it's their figures rather than ours. They say we've used their figures to do a calculation to be able to understand what the sort of level of subsidy would be required, so we can put it in the IDP. But yeah, the final figure for the Section 106 would come from TfL buses.
But would they, sorry, I'm probably being a bit obtuse, would they, if they didn't feel that after that level of funding, a certain level, perhaps they say, well, we can't really justify funding this after 5 years, but after 5 years, patrons will, there's just no way this is going to be a sustainable service. Does that ever crop up?
I suspect it might have done somewhere. Usually, I mean, TfL's review to this, is that they keep the bus network under constant review, and they would seek to make changes where appropriate. I think that is, to be expected and understood. But yeah, the very much the idea is when they figure out their numbers is that they will take it on a commercial basis from that point on. So there is kind of an expectation that will do. But as you say, crystal ball, there may be the odd occasion where that doesn't perhaps stack up. But
and they haven't said that here.
They have that. Well, as I say, they have. It was the routes and the numbers of the buses and the requirements came from them. So therefore, I have taken them on their word. They haven't explicitly said answered that question, but yeah, it's part of the standard process. I would suggest.
Thank you. Obviously, then I'll take your word for it. TfL aren't here to tell me that they agree with all that, so I'll have to. Again, maybe it'd be helpful to have something more, if there's anything more to be said in a statement, an updated statement to common ground. I am slightly loath on one hand because I am swimming in paperwork, which is quite difficult to keep on top of sometimes. But where it's absolutely critical to understanding it might be something you may wish to help me with.
Yes, sir. So that's noted. I would just say that in terms of TfL's position as it's set out in their statement, they say further work and engagement needed to ensure sustainable patterns of development supported by adequate transport infrastructure with optimised densities. The optimised densities and restrained car parking in turn will support infrastructure needed by providing critical mass for bus patronage to support the operating costs and planning obligations. So, and needed to support the capital costs of infrastructure. And that ties in with what Mr. Smith said about what seemed to be the understanding of TfL with regard to what densities were being promoted, and that was clarified, as he said. So that's dealt with that point. That's to say the critical mass issue. And as to restrained car parking, well, you've seen what we've said about car light being introduced. So there are those two elements, the optimised density and the restrained car parking, that have been factored in. But we've heard what you've said about the potential for that statement of common ground. And
it's entirely up to you.
Yeah, of course.
But I obviously
we'll take that away.
Working on what was November, and it sounds like things have moved on. So
exactly.
Well, I take what you said about statement, but
yeah. Just on that, the current statement of common ground is 25th of March.
Oh, beg your pardon.
2025. And can I just deal with just two very short points? One of which concerns Network Rail's position on rail infrastructure and their Regulation 19 response. On the face of it, didn't raise any issue around the potential for a bridge. It says in general terms where rail infrastructure will be affected by development, for example, new crossings of the railway are possible, but these must be by bridge, and we would expect the resulting structure to be vested in the Highway Authority or another statutory undertaker. So on the face of it, that's their position. I will come back to you if there's a need to clarify that, if I may, sir, but that at least is that issue. In fact, I don't need to trouble you with the second point, sorry. I'll leave it there. Sorry.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll come back to you, and then I think we will. It'll be neat and tidy if we end at the end of sustainable transport, and then we'll come back and talk about the other things, and we'll get as far through things as we can.
Just a couple of small things. Just a reminder that Enfield Road Watch submitted an assessment of compliance with LTN 120 01687-44-1 with Reg 19, which shows that Cruise Hill is out of compliance in some ways for cycle paths and things, just addressing your point about walking up to the station. And another point about the station and the buses. The reason the 456 bus does not go to the station is because there's nowhere for it to turn around. It stops where it stops, and they don't like to have to reverse out of stations, which would be dangerous. So unless the station's going to be upgraded at some point soon, extending the 456 is not practical. And I'm frankly very confused about hearing what TfL has been saying after what we heard them say at stage 1. So I'm confused.
Thank you. Anything you want to say about those points?
I think Mr. Cole is going to speak to some of them. Maybe that Mr. Smith will as well.
Yes, in terms of the cycle routes, yes, the existing cycle routes are not compliant, and again, that is something that we would look to address through this development. And again, there's funding considerations put into the infrastructure delivery plan in order to accommodate that. I also recognise the fact that, yes, the reason why the 456 doesn't currently go as far as the station is due to the turnaround, but again, as part of the development, we would seek to provide a suitable location for the bus to turn around in order to allow that. But yeah, that is that bit. I'm not sure I can quite comment on the confusion. I accept it. I think it's an element of different parts of TfL making different as I said, it's a many-headed hydra. I said that before. So I was speaking to the bus person. I can provide names and dates of the meetings that I held, and also the colleague from bus planning was there. But it's about the practicality. I think in the point I'm trying to make is that yes, provided the funding is there, bus routes are practical and can be provided.
Thank you. Okay, it's a very apropos time we've got to lunch. As I say, I do apologise for the slightly stop-start nature of today, not least with the slight technical problems this morning, but I think, I'm sure you'll understand the environmental conditions we have. So we will take the full hour. We'll come back at 2. And then, as I say, we'll get through as much as we can, but I don't think we're going to get very far into PL11 itself. And we'll try and do what we can to catch up tomorrow. But if we do need the overspill, we'll have to look at the overspill. But hopefully not, because we'll all be cooking with gas in the morning. So when it's slightly cooler. So right, back at 2 o'clock. Thank you, everyone. It's 2 o'clock, so I'll resume. The over-50s Forum has joined us, so welcome. I think everyone knows you, so you don't need to introduce yourself. Just a couple of housekeeping measures for your benefit as much as anything else, and just a reminder to everybody else. What we've been doing is trying to have more breaks because of the heat. But obviously, if anyone can let me know if they're having any particular difficulties with the heat, then we can break, or and if it gets too bad, we might just have to stop and return tomorrow. The other thing is, it's quite unlikely, bear in mind where we are, that we're going to get through all of today's agenda today. So I think we'll get to where we can. We may hopefully make a start on the actual policy itself, but the agenda does allow for some overspill to tomorrow anyway, so that's sort of being factored in, and we'll see where we are at the end of play tomorrow, whether we need Friday morning or whether we get to, or we come back at another time to see how critical it all is. But yeah, if we do need to stop early because of the heat or environmental conditions, then let me know. So we will, but also please let me know if things become difficult or if you want another break. I say we'll probably take a break. I don't want to do any more than an hour, so we'll have a break at 3 o'clock. or thereabouts. So before lunch, we just started on question 4.26. Question 4.26 set out a range of potential factors to consider. I wasn't doing them in the order of the MIQ, unfortunately. I was going to pick them up in turn. We dealt with transport issues in terms of sustainability and accessibility, public transport, walking, cycling and so on. Moving on now to matters relating to transport, other elements of transport, if you like, highway safety, impact on the transport network and the like. So I've got a few questions about those, and I'll open that up to the room. So is that okay? Can I say anything? Oh, well, I should say, is there anything any matters arising you want to raise with me before?
No, sir, save that earlier on, when we were talking about TfL's position, I said that in relation to optimised densities, I think I said that there was a discussion on that with TfL. To the extent that I did say that I did that in error. I was referring, in fact, to what Mr. Smith was referring to, which was that he considered that there is optimised density as a result of the design work that's been undertaken. So just to clarify that point. Sir.
Thank you. Right, okay, so transport and highways, other transport and highways issues. We talked in general terms in an earlier matter about the potential impact on the road network as a whole. And obviously I do need to consider the specific evidence and comments relating to Cruise Hill, albeit I do know in many cases it's been, a lot of the evidence relates to Cruise Hill and Chase Park are referred to together and cumulative issues, but I will obviously, so if that is relevant, we may come back onto this at Chase Park as well, some overlap. But starting with PL11, at criterion 18I, it refers to the limitations in the capacity of the road network. And obviously we'll come on to that, what you're going to do about it. But in terms of the limitations in the capacity of the road network that the policy is talking about, what are those limitations? What are we actually talking about?
Well, so the overarching position, of course, is that there's no particular or fundamental issues that have been identified with TfL or national highways. So it may be that is, in fact, a reference to something more specific. So that would be potentially something that Mr. Smith can deal with now, or perhaps Mr. Cole.
I think this is referring to access from the north and west of Cruise Hill, which are particularly the route that goes towards Botany Bay, which is quite narrow, and I did notice that one of the issues raised around that was whether or not there would be desire to widen either for bus priority or cycle routes or anything along those lines. That's not what we're talking about, and I think really what it's saying is that there are some fairly rural, narrow roads, and that will limit capacity. It will limit our ability to put in sustainable and active routes. However, I would say that those are not the most desirable routes for the vast majority of people that will be living and working in this area. It is connections towards Enfield town, which will be along Theobalds Park Road, which are far more important. And also, just of course, the railway bridge at Cruise Hill, just before Cruise Hill Station. The bridge parapets are the size that they are, and again, that means that you wouldn't be able to seek to make massive road widening considerations in that area, because the bridge parapet would limit it, and we're not looking at knocking that down and starting all over again.
But as far as you're concerned, those constraints then don't limit the ability to mitigate the transport impacts of the development?
No, as I refer to my evidence that I said before, we're looking at the bus routes and the cycle routes that we are looking to try and do. Those would be going towards Enfield town in the southerly direction, south and east, rather than to the west and to the north, which basically just link to more rural areas before much longer journeys are involved. That wouldn't be the sort of thing that you would walk or cycle anyway.
Okay, thank you. Just in more general terms, so yeah, in terms of the overall cumulative impact on the road network, we did discuss this, but is there anything else you want to say about the extent to which that's been robustly assessed, and whether or not there are any outstanding concerns from any bodies, TfL, National Highways, Hertfordshire County Council and the like, about the modelling?
Obviously, we just refer back to the evidence that was given by my colleagues from WSP in stage one, where they kind of very much pointed out the robustness of the modelling that's under be taken, which has been agreed with all the neighbouring authorities, with the neighbouring highways authority. I do recall that there was a borough, which is not the Highways Authority, that did have an objection to it, but we believe that we have robustly defended ourselves in the face of that particular argument, and mainly pointing out the fact that the Highways Authority, Hertfordshire County Council, raised no objections. So I think that the modelling has been proven to be robust.
Just on, this is going to flit around a little bit, I think, but the TfL's position on the modelling work, I've noted some concerns in their representations, and Hertfordshire as well. I think they've highlighted, I might go as far as they've not objected, but they have highlighted potential concerns about the impacts on certain areas and whether they can be mitigated or not, or not whether they can be mitigated, but the mitigation will be needed. But I did see in the transport topic paper reference to further modelling being carried out in line with the TfL reference case model mode share assumptions. Can you explain what that means and whether it's been done?
Unfortunately, my colleagues from WSP aren't in attendance today, so I'm not able to answer that particular question. I would need to come back to you with the answer on that. I would say on the first part of the question is that the modelling was on a worst case scenario with no mitigation at the So we are looking at what the impact would be prior to mitigation, and therefore there is the opportunity to bring that in as developments come forward. So therefore, it is a worst case scenario that the modelling is presenting, and not necessarily where it will actually be should we be providing all the sustainable active travel measures that we've been talking about today and previously.
It may be there's action for the council, perhaps just to come back on that point about if you can look at the I'm sorry, as usual, I've not written down the page number of the topic paper, but it does talk about additional modelling, so perhaps just to clarify that position, that point.
Yes, we'll check that. Was that in the housing topic?
So transport topic paper.
In the transport. Thank you very much.
The this might relate to cumulative issues as much as anything on this scheme, but obviously given the size of this scheme it might have its own implications. Can you confirm National Highways position regarding the M25? And if I just draw your attention to table 5.3 of the transport topic paper, I've written it down this time, which is document E3.5. It's table 5.3. It states that a mitigation scheme for the M25 has been agreed in principle. Could you perhaps talk me through that?
So So this this is specifically about junction 24. That's the Potters Bar junction of the M25, where modelling showed that there was some concerns which Highways England had about the off slip for eastbound traffic. So that's traffic coming from the St Albans direction. And they were concerned that the additional development would take it from a safe point to perhaps an unsafe point. Again, I should point out, in that worst case scenario. So therefore, what we have agreed is to look at the lining and signing of the roundabout, which would actually, currently it's one very big wide lane rather than two specific lanes. So basically by changing some of the lining, you can actually increase the capacity of that junction, and in particular you can get traffic off the off-slip quicker than it is being done at the moment. That has also been discussed with Hertfordshire County Council, and again they accepted that that was a reasonable approach to be taking.
Thanks. We don't know what the costs, it doesn't sound as costly as a new junction or anything like that. The cost.
I mean, lines and signs, we're talking tens of thousands and not that many tens of thousands for that sort of work.
And would that's something presumably which would be, because it's not just about this site, it'd be spread, if what cost there would be spread across the development as a whole? Yeah. Thanks. I don't think, I'm right, I think I'm right in saying that in the IDP and the costs assumptions of this site, there isn't anything relating to M25, but it might be that, now I understand that it's not in the same magnitude as some other things, then that might be the reason. It just said mitigation on the M25. I just had visions of, new lanes or something like that.
No, it's nothing that significant. It's basically just to really improve driver discipline as it goes around that roundabout and therefore increase capacity.
Okay, thanks. And as far as National Highway is concerned, any other concerns about the SRN? Or TfL for that matter, where the SRN's Strategic Road Network, is their responsibility?
Not as regarding Cruise Hill. And even Chase Park, the nearest TRLN is quite some way away from these particular developments.
Thank you. Again, in terms of the transport topic paper, I think it sets out the effects. Again, this might be cumulative, but it's obviously relevant to the scale of development talked about here. Effects are to be expected on the A10 and A406, and there's a reference to monitoring and exploring opportunities to improve the A10 and A406 corridors. Is that particularly relevant to this area? Is there anything that's been identified as being necessary?
Not for the Cruise Hill development. Again, those are the two nearest TRLN roads that I referred to in my previous answer. They are quite some considerable distance away, and therefore the volume of traffic that is likely to be using those roads would be limited.
So which is the development which is causing the potential impacts on, again, I assume it's cumulative, but is there in particular schemes, or is it just general growth in traffic?
It's general growth in traffic rather than a specific site that is causing that.
Thank you. Hertfordshire County Council's representations, again, because some of these aren't, because these, I'm looking at this because of the general scale of development, and you'll obviously be able to point me whether they're specific to Cruise Hill or Cruise Hill's relevant or not. I may well ask the same question when we get to Chase Park and various others to see where it falls. But Hertfordshire County Council representation refer to the potential for significant increase of vehicular movement on unsuitable routes, such as Wagon Road, Dancers Hill Road, and Baker Street to avoid congestion on the M25. It does refer to consideration being given to strategic mitigation measures at junction 24, which is, I'm not sure whether what you've just described would be considered strategic. It might be in terms of effect, if not in terms of expenditure. So in terms of Hertfordshire, Hertfordshire, I think of my reading would be they've pointed out things which are of potential concern or at least issues to address without necessarily going to the whole and saying things can't be addressed. But what is the sort of position on those roads where they've highlighted concerns?
So Wagon Road is actually towards Hadley Wood, and so therefore probably been one for last week. So I'm just looking them up as you were going through them. But what was it after Wagon Road? What was the next one? Probably Baker Street. I mean, yeah, Baker Street is actually just north of here. That one potentially could. It would be the route that some of the buses that I talked about earlier would be likely to take as it comes from Cruise Hill, southbound towards Enfield Town or northbound back towards Cruise Hill. So there is the potential that there could be some traffic impact on that particular route. But again, I refer back to the point that if we can make this a sustainable development, then in the 75% mode share that we're aiming for, then that would, the amount of traffic that would be going onto Baker Street would be acceptable. And was there one more?
Dancers Hill Road.
Dancers Hill Road.
Well, maybe I've made a maybe I've made a.
Sorry, I don't have that representation in front of me, so I can't.
Drafting error. Well, I think the point you made is that not necessarily. It's obviously difficult for me to translate Hertfordshire County Council's representations necessarily to each scheme because they've just looked at it as a general point. So I'm just trying to.
I think
because obviously the larger scale developments.
My colleague has found it for me. Is probably more related to Chase Park than this one.
But clearly, the scale of development envisaged here will have effects cumulatively. But still, the point being that, as far as you're concerned, there is nothing to be concerned about. Everything's addressable.
I'd go back to the point I made earlier that the modelling is on a worst case scenario with no mitigation involved, and therefore I think we are fairly confident through a sensible package of mitigation as identified in the IDP that we can overcome those issues.
There's just a little point on that, and again, sorry, paragraph 4.3.31 of the transport topic paper states that considering the moderate to major significance of the effects on the local highway network, which is set out in 4.3.30, these should be considered in more detail. However, details of highways proposals at Cruise Hill and Chase Park are expected to be developed at a later stage through SBD and planning applications. And it goes on in 4.3.32 to say that it's recommended that the highway corridors enter a framework of monitoring and that more detailed work on how these trips access the network is carried out as proposals develop. Referring to more detailed modelling and road reviews. The topic paper refers to more detailed modelling and road safety reviews. So I guess if you take mind back to the conversation I was having this morning about the level of certainty that's needed to provide comfort, with talk in the transport topic paper of more work being needed, more modelling work being needed as the plans progress. Do I have the level of certainty that I need now to be comforted that there's a reasonable likelihood that this development won't result in severe cumulative impacts on the road network?
I think the level of modelling that has been done is commensurate to the position that we are in terms of the site allocation phases. You would expect, as proposals come forward, as planning applications are received, transport assessments to be done, and I think that is what it's referring to. Sorry, my colleagues just passed me something. So Yeah, so the colleague is basically referring to something that say that the modelling runs did not undertake any mitigation measures, and so again the point is as these developments come forward, we get more certainty in terms of the quantum, in terms of what's being provided. Then you would seek through the transport assessment to be making more detailed modelling, and those would be assessed at the planning application phase.
Sorry, but nothing's been flagged up that suggests that is insurmountable.
No.
And this also accounts for. Sorry, in my notes was the way I was going through things when I was preparing. I'd already talked about some of the issues Hertfordshire County Council raised. They've also apparently, seemingly, in their representation, raised concerns about increased traffic volumes along Cattlegate Road, Potters Bar, Cuffley and Goffs Oak. These are obviously some of these I'm not familiar with, which currently experience congestion and road safety issues. And they conclude that further investigation and mitigation will be required. So, but again, does your point holds that you've considered the potential for these, and there's nothing there which would be out of the question in terms of mitigation?
I think, yeah, yes, you summed up there. I mean, yes, we would, of course, in conjunction with Hertfordshire County Council, consider a further mitigation that might well be required, but I don't believe that it is out of the viability of these sites to be able to provide that. We should note that those routes going north towards kind of North Orr and Cuffley do head towards more kind of rural parts of Hertfordshire. There are some routes that go towards Potters Bar as well, but there are, in my opinion, routes that are more suitable, quicker, that people would, if they were driving, take. But again, I come back to the point again, if we can make the whole area much more sustainable with its mode share through the provision of good buses, walking, cycling and services in the area, then that won't be an issue, or much less of an issue.
Thank you. And done that. And I guess just a final sort of point on that is this again, it's sort of rounding off the issue really, is whether adequate mitigation, the policy identifies adequate mitigation. I think the costs set out in the latest cost information of £41 million for highway improvements. So presumably, I guess you've identified some potential schemes for that to be spent on. So, one of those things where I guess the council answer will always be yes, but whether adequate mitigation has been identified.
I believe so, yes, and we should also point out that, of course, a number of these are kind of strategic routes that we would be seeking to make improvements on anyway, which does mean that there are other funding pots that we can utilise, specifically, the local implementation plan funding from TfL, which we get an annual settlement of in the millions. So things like cycle routes, walking routes improvements, and so on, can actually be potentially even provided in advance of these developments coming along. So there are other opportunities. It's not just about the development providing all of the funding from this.
I think the IDP or the costs or both actually set out some schemes. Can you just run me through where you actually have identified? Bear with me one second, I'll get my paperwork. I think, for example, in the IDP, it talks about assumed 4 upgraded junctions, North Orr Road, Cattlegate Road, Theobald's Road, Whitewebbs Road, Cattlegate Road, East Lodge Lane, East Lodge Lane and the Ridgeway. So these are the kinds of things you've already identified as needed, but also achievable.
Yes, sir, and they're all costed in detail in the document E7.12.2. And there is a section there for road improvements on and off site. It is fair to point out, I think, though, that the majority of these transport improvements are within the boundaries of the site, so it's more about improving the existing routes through there and the access points into the development plots. That's the kind of focus of the road improvements that are costed and listed there.
Sorry, I was just turning over the page. It does talk about creation of new local junctions on the existing highway network to enable access to various new development plots. So again, that's about in terms of seven new junctions there as well. And then we've got the bridge, but I'll come on to that at another time. So yeah, okay, I think I understand where you're coming from on that. So that's all the question I've got on that. Any points you wish to raise on highways matters? Over 54, thank you.
Thank you, and thank you. Forgive me, I wasn't planning to speak on this, but as it happens, I live just off, and I have done for 40 or more years, off Baker Street. And I've walked, cycled and driven all of the roads you've mentioned many, many times. I just wanted to make what I think is a simple observation, which is that all of those roads are single carriageway. Many of them have residences, buildings either side, close up to the pavement. And I'm a bit bewildered, really, about what kind of works are intended that would first of all, make them cyclable. Cruise Hill is astonishingly steep. I've cycled it many years ago. Walking it is tough, and I'm now thinking about any older people who may be living in the Cruise Hill development. I'm just rather bewildered, because if that's the main, Clay Hill is the main entry and access route that you're considering, and it will be towards the A10, it will be towards the M25, all of which I'm very familiar with. Those areas are very, very congested a lot of the time. The Potters Bar South Mims roundabout, I believe, is one of the largest in Europe, or it was when it was first constructed, and it's almost perpetually congested with HGV because of South Mims roundabout service station. And if you're in a tiny car like I am often, it is something to be avoided, because I cannot imagine that that it can be mitigated by a simple several tens of thousands of pounds lane developments, because all the lanes are always full. As I say, forgive me, I wasn't planning to say anything on this. I'm not an engineer. I haven't read the documents. I certainly wouldn't understand the modelling. But as I say, I've lived here for a very, very long time, and it's made my eyebrows go up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Enfield Society?
Yes, thank you, sir. The point I have under this heading, I'm not entirely clear from the information that Mr. Cole has given us whether I've misunderstood this point I'm now going to relate, or whether this does actually still remain an issue. But we've noticed in the Transport Modelling Outputs Part 3, which is document TRA5, that there is a map on page 11 which lists, so not a map, it's a list on page 11 which lists various points around the area, including East Lodge Lane, where they've modelled delays which are quite modest in length. However, there is a map on the previous page which, if you look at it, appears to show very, very significant delays of traffic trying to enter the transport network from SA 11.4 and SA 11.6. These delays are about 25 minutes. So I'm a little bit confused how those two, what Mr. Cole has said and what I've just reported, how they relate to each other. But it does look like there are issues with transport network. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just bear with me one second, Councillor Smith, on that point. Sorry, yes, Councillor Smith.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I mean, there seems to be a high degree of unrealism in these sorts of proposals. You know, the reality is that Cruise Hill is an isolated settlement. We are talking about building thousands of new homes there. the existing road network are rural narrow roads by and large, not in every case, but virtually most of the cases that connect with Cruise Hill at the moment. The assumption behind all of this is that the majority of people who will come to live in Cruise Hill, if this goes ahead, will not be using cars. Now, I know this seems to appeal to some people. I'm not quite sure why, but it does. But the reality is that the people who are likely to live in Cruise Hill will need to work and they will need to commute. And the idea that they will commute by public transport is unrealistic, really. There will be hopefully, there will be families there with young children. Again, the same arguments apply. This is not part of Enfield. This is considerable distance from the built-up part of Enfield. So some of these assumptions, or most of these assumptions, strike me as being a sort of fantasy, really, on the part of the planners. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, nobody else? Points you wish to come back on there? Particularly, I think, I think all the points really about the reality of and likelihood of being able to make improvements to the roads that were being discussed, including the Potters Bar, South Mims Junction, the points made about 25 million queues and whether that's accurate and what that means, and then obviously the last point about whether or not the assumptions made about modal shift. I suppose the logic is if the assumptions made about modal shift are not carried through, then how does that, the reality of your assumptions about impact on the road network, I guess, do they stand up to scrutiny? So those points in particular, please.
Regarding the Baker Street corridor, and I would describe it as a corridor, it's not about necessarily mitigation measures on that particular road. For example, the cycle route doesn't have to go down Baker Street. There are a number of alternative routes which it could actually come along to link into the network which is already there. There are other routes. For example, there's already a route that goes towards Tenniswood Road from Enfield Town, and how we can link into that rather than having to squeeze. I do accept that there are parts of Baker Street which are particularly narrow towards the southern end, towards the roundabout there. It wouldn't be suitable to get a segregated cycle route in there. I accept that. But therefore, you kind of have to think about it as more of a corridor rather than a specific road, that is where we're going to do the measure upon. You were mentioning South Mims, that's junction 23. I was a little confused as to, because obviously the Potters Bar is junction 24. South Mims with all the HGVs is the A1 junction 23. Does that alleviate your concern just a little bit?
Yes, I was looking. Yeah, that's fine.
Don't need to worry about alleviating there because I just need to explain the situation to me. Sorry, it's gone off. I was trying to get the document you were talking about. It's gone off. Trying to get the document you were talking about to try and get the reference. So it's page 11.
TRA 5, which is in the library, and it is page 11 and 10. So 11 has a table with various delays shown at various points, including East Lodge Lane, but it's the map on page 10 that shows accessing out of the sites of 11.4 and 11.6, I think it was, with the long delays.
I'd need to properly look into it rather than give you an instant response on that. I need to kind of look at it and properly do it rather than come up with an answer straight away, if that's okay. But we will come back to you on that particular point. the last one was the point made by the councillor in terms of the assumptions that people want to travel by car rather than other modes. I accept there are very different options on this. I think there have, however, been numerous developments that have been built over time that have shown if you can provide good levels of sustainable transport, then people actually choose not to. At the end of the day, we have certainly seen since COVID a significant reduction in the number of people that are commuting over long distances. Working from home has increased. And as I said before lunch, if you actually have shops, education, and health services in the vicinity of your house, then there is less need to travel. There will, of course, be some people who will still want to do that. I accept that, and that's where we need to kind of have. That's where the mitigation measures that we're proposing need to kind of come in, and again would seek to address those.
Thank you, Councillor. Is that a new point, Councillor Smith? Your board's still up.
I'm sorry. If I could just respond to that last comment, is that okay? It is possible, of course it's possible, to have new developments or existing developments where there is low car usage. That tends to be in cities like London, where public transport is very good, and it can work. We are not talking about central London. We are talking about an isolated area in the middle of the green belt. That was the point I was making.
Thank you. Yeah, I do really want people to make the points they want to make, and I don't want to keep having round robins because I have to keep going back to the council and asking them for the final say. So if you've got a point to make, can you just make it up front?
I will make my point. Given that many of the local infrastructure, like the school and the central shopping area and the station improvements, are going to happen further down the plan period, we're concerned that car use will become embedded in the new developments before people have a chance to change and use sustainable transport and do all those things locally.
Thank you. Can you remind people to put their boards down? And is there another point?
If I may, sorry, you were right about the roundabout. Forgive me, but also, sorry, the roundabout, I was wrong, and I do apologise. It looked the right shape on the map. But it distracted from. There's not a road. Tenniswood is not segregated. There's not a road in the vicinity from Cruise Hill all the way to Enfield Town and across to Hoe Street, the A10, that's suitable for cycle lanes. And I want to reiterate that point. There's not capacity for active travel in those areas. I mean, yeah.
Thank you. And Ray Franklin.
Just a question on Burnt Farm Ride, really. I mean, you mentioned bus routes and TfL considerations and things. It's shown still on the original plan there as bus route and cycle route and pedestrian active travel. It clearly is wholly inappropriate. It can, I don't know if anybody's looked at it, but it cannot be used without massive alteration. I mean, I'm shocked that that was ever considered. It's a dirt track with tarmac topping. That was all really just wondered whether, given you've considered stuff.
Which route was that? So, in terms of those various issues, the first one, again, in terms of the cycle route, it doesn't necessarily have to be segregated. There is evidence that the more segregation, the more likely it is to be used. But you have to sometimes take account of the road widths and what you can do. There are also alternative routes that don't have to follow the main roads. That you can use residential roads as well as quiet routes that actually can therefore connect up to create a suitable network. Yep, we do accept that we do need to kind of do a lot of work in terms of what those alignments would be, but that is something that I don't see as insurmountable. In terms of the bus route, which the gentleman just raised, it is at this stage just shown as a high-level indicative route that the routes would necessarily take. Once any master planning exercise has been undertaken and we understand where roads in the future may be, that's the routes that we would seek to do bus routes along. It goes back to the point that Mr. Smith made earlier. What we're trying to do is to make sure that everyone within the development is within at least 400 metres of a bus route. If I missed one. Yes.
Well, yeah. I don't need someone doing my job for me. Yeah, if you want to cover that point.
Yes, it is about making sure that the correct infrastructure is in place as the phasing of the developments come through. As I set out this morning, all the buses need to be there on day one, but it does mean that some buses do need to be on day one, equally with the cycle routes and the other active and sustainable transport measures. But not everything needs to be provided on day one, but yes, certainly I would agree something needs to be provided on one to give people the realistic and practical alternatives to driving the car.
Okay, we're in danger of going back to sustainability and accessibility, which I don't want to do. So I'm going to move on now thank you everyone for that. I'm going to move on to biodiversity and green infrastructure and the like, and that'll probably pick up also matters of best and most versatile agricultural land. PLA 16, I think it might be the baseline study on biodiversity. Paragraph 8.3 recommends that alternative sites of lower ecological value are selected where possible. PLA 1 suggests at paragraph 5.7 the PLA 16 study says some development could be undertaken within the golf course and Glasgow stud. So, just on the face of it, you've already talked about the fact that there's potentially some development within identified sinks at the golf course and the Glasgow stud. Is what PLA 1 says about development could be undertaken within the golf course actually accurate assessment of what PLA 16 says? Because my reading of PLA 16 says alternative sites of lower ecological value are selected where possible.
So I can talk to the broader content of PLA 16 in terms of how it has assessed the different parts of both the Glasgow stud and the golf course, and where it draws it to a conclusion is the final pages of that document. So. 1 second. Yes, page 64 of PLA 16 provides a summary of the overall this document's assessment of the developability and the aspects to the site that need protection or are potentially suitable for development. There are references within this, and this draws from the preceding content of this document, which walks through each of the different ecological kind of components of each of the sinks. So it reviews the hedgerows and the open spaces and the tree belts and the various components to it and comes to a conclusion on their ecological significance. And this draws it all to a conclusion, which does have reference within it around where future development is potential. And it says any future development in the box on the top left-hand side, third paragraph. it talks around any future development should focus on areas of the lowest ecological value and ensure that the function of the sink is maintained. And that's drawn from the assessment of the ecological value of the different components within the overall sink area, and recognises there are bits that are low ecological value, and they expressed in the tables before. And there is a blue outline on that plan, which in the top right legend defines the area of lowest ecological value. So that may not answer your specific question in terms of the difference between PLA 1 and PLA 16, but PLA 16 is a more comprehensive overview of the actual quality, ecological value of different areas and quality of those areas across the area, across each of the sinks, and identifies where the lowest ecological value is potential for development.
So can I just add something to that? And it's worthwhile just looking at that page 64, the top right-hand corner indicates it's recommended that the sink be retained and enhanced as far as possible as part of any potential development. Should development be required within the sink, the northern areas of the site are considered to be of lowest ecological value, given areas of built form which offer little to no biodiversity value, relatively high levels of disturbance, and the presence of heavily managed grassland within this area. Therefore, habitat loss in these areas is likely to be preferable to habitat loss in the wider sink, where development is required. It then carries on, such losses are likely compensatable within the quantum of the sink by enhancing the condition of retained habitat, subject to soil sampling, biodiversity net gain assessment. So, look, the conclusion ultimately within PLA 1 needs to be looked at in the light of the whole of that, including the compensatory element.
And what about the Glasgow stud? What does it say about that?
That analysis is in the last part of the document, and you can see that it's the second bullet on the second box, page 66. Where a similar conclusion is on the left-hand side, where a similar conclusion is reached. And the arrow that box is relating to is the area that is identified indicatively on the figure 214. $314, forgive me, sir. $314. If you want.
Just taking those you've done an assessment of the value, but they don't. Am I right in saying PLA 16 doesn't actually say though that those it might say they're the lowest ecological value of the sink, but do they say that they're not worthy of identification as a sink?
The detailed assessment of the various areas in the preceding tables in this document, I could draw your attention to page 26, just as an illustration of how it has treated the various aspects. So this is a part of the Glasgow stud assessment, and you'll see the top box there refers to modified grassland and gives an explanation to it, and the column towards the right therefore gives it a rating, a grading of its ecological importance, and on that one it refers to it as negligible ecological importance. So it has assessed the value of the various components, and another example, the box below in the field 5, which is the various of the site within the kind of category of field 5. In the fourth column, the paragraph there refers to low distinctiveness habitat would not contribute significantly to the sink designation. So it's been through methodically each of the components of the sink to consider whether they are of value of relevance to the sink, and then overall what their ecological importance is, and therefore their suitability for development.
So can I just add, though, I think it's fair to note, for your purposes, at page 66, when he's dealing with the Glasgow stud site, that part that I referred you to, the box on the left-hand side, the second entry, says, while the sink was noted to contain some areas which appeared to be degraded and of poor ecological condition due to lack of management, the sink as a whole is likely to serve a key function as a green corridor. So to the extent when it's considering the whole of it, it still identifies it in that way as a green corridor. But with the caveats that are in the subsequent part of that box, particularly the compensatable element. But it doesn't, on the face of it, suggest that the sink wouldn't provide a function.
In terms of national policy, the mitigation hierarchy obviously starts with avoidance. Now, my reading of PLA 16 is it still refers to the use of the mitigation hierarchy. So one assumes in that respect that it would be suggesting that avoidance is still the first port of call. And even if there are areas where there might be lower ecological importance, they're still part of the sink. They're part of the designated sink, so you should be taking that into account. So how does the allocation of, and it's not so obviously, there's two things there. One is including the sinks within the placemaking area. Now, obviously, if you can include the sinks in the placemaking area but have a policy which says avoid the sinks, that's one thing. That might be acceptable. And you could have done that. But it's implicit, isn't it, that within the allocation that development can take place on parts of the sinks. So how does that, bearing in mind that is the expectation, how does that stack up with national policy when the first port of call is avoidance?
Well, so it's certainly right that that is part of the hierarchy, but the hierarchy relates to whether there's significant harm to biodiversity resulting from a development. So that's the gateway for consideration of avoidance, adequate mitigation, and at the last resort, compensation. And when considering whether or not there is such an effect, one needs to bear in mind what the assessment of PLA 16 had to say about the quality of those elements that ultimately have been developed or proposed for development. Even if it were found that that amounts to significant harm to biodiversity as a result of the development of those areas that are of the lowest value of the sink areas identified, it doesn't mean that planning permission should be refused if avoidance hasn't occurred. It can still be justified so long as there's either adequate mitigation or compensation. So whilst it may not fit within the first limb, the preference of avoidance, it doesn't mean necessarily that it can't happen, in short.
Just going to read, it says, if significant harm to biodiversity resulting from development cannot be avoided. It doesn't say if there's an alternative, if you can provide mitigation. So it doesn't say if you can provide adequate mitigation or as a last resort compensate for planning permission, it should be refused. It starts with if it cannot be avoided. So you're saying here, and obviously I know this is about determining planning application, but as we talked about with heritage and various other tests, obviously there has to be a reasonable likelihood that you can pass the tests before a site is suitable for allocation. Are you saying that you cannot avoid harm, significant harm to development here. That it's absolutely so intrinsic to the allocation that you could not have, you could not have allocated Cruise Hill without going into the sinks.
Well, so I don't have that. I can't make that case to you. I'd need to go back to look at that evidence. I haven't seen that point being made specifically. But the test is more than just it cannot be avoided. It's then, adequately mitigated, or as a last resort compensated for. So there are different levels of preference before one gets to the specific issue under 186, which is the permission being refused. And each one is more harmful than the next, because compensation, of course, relies on the ability to deliver up what you suggest can be delivered up to replace something that's already there. And mitigation, again, in respect of the site itself, brings with it more risks than simple avoidance. And that's why there's a preference for it. So it may be contrary to a preference, but it doesn't mean necessarily that it is in principle unacceptable because it is not avoided. It's just that it would have more harm than if it's compensated for rather than if it's avoided. And so the fact that there isn't anything I can say to you to establish that it cannot be avoided doesn't mean that, as a matter of principle, it's an inappropriate allocation. And of course, bearing in, when one's looking at the issue as to whether or not it is adequate as an approach, sufficient to mean that permission could be granted, as is stated in 186A, as it then was. One is looking at the extent of the harm in question, and the development has been identified to be delivered on those lowest ecologically valuable areas. I think Mr. Smith might want to say something.
Yes, if I may just expand on that slightly. The way avoidance is presented in PLA 16, it does say measures to avoid harm to ecological features, which kind of corresponds with the language around harm to biodiversity that's been referenced, and that is recognised and understood. There is, as opposed to the extract I read out to you on the golf course, for example, there are areas where the clubhouse exists and the car parking areas for there, which clearly have no ecological values, but they are within the sink boundaries. So there will be elements within the sink that do not have any ecological value that are appropriate for development. And as I did read out in some of those extracts, some of the other assessments have considered that other areas have negligible or no ecological value, and it's only those areas that the council are considering here for potential development.
Well, yes and no, because I'll take you back to the question I asked you right at the start of the day, which I said, why are you removing the areas of sink from the greenbelt? And your answer was, well, we need the flexibility and we're not exactly sure where the extent of the development is going to take place. So, so where is the guarantee that, or the comfort that the development will be restricted to the areas of lower biodiversity value if they're all removed from the greenbelt and there's no further protection other than the sink? And the sink, because that sink boundary remains, doesn't it? You're not changing the sink boundary. So, you know, where would anyone, if the whole area is taken out of the greenbelt and the whole area is a sink, how does anyone get any comfort about where the actual development is going to take place? Because who decides, even if the policy says restrict development to the areas of lowest ecological value, lowest compared to what? So where does the comfort come from if you're allocating part of the site for part of a sink for development and you're maintaining, you know, you're moving it all from the greenbelt?
Well, I think so. The initial port of call is the policy itself, PL11, and page 110 deals with the sinks. And A deals with the sinks in overall terms, So I won't read through the whole thing. You can see that it does so. And then, and those are the identified sinks. And then B deals with the issue on a more specific level, requiring in part the following of the mitigation hierarchy.
Doesn't necessarily take me anywhere though, because the mitigation hierarchy is what's led to the allocation in the first place. So there's obviously been an assumption that, you know, development can take place in this area. Again, going back to some of the discussions we had about some of the other greenbelt sites, is like, is there an inferred, could there be an inferred assumption that by including all of this area in the allocation and not defining where the lowest areas are in the, you know, figure 3.14 is illustrative, and that policy just refers me back to the mitigation hierarchy, could it be, well, actually, well, we've already assumed that development, you know, it can't be avoided because we've allocated the site. We must have assumed that all of the mitigation is suitable and so on and so forth. So actually, we can extend beyond what PLA 16 says without any problem.
The limit with regard to it, I think so, is the is in relation to the numbers of units that have been identified for a particular allocation and a particular area. So, for example, and Mr. Smith will be able to say how that number was arrived at, but if one looks at 11.2 in the context of the golf club site, that 200 units is going to only be assessed by reference to the hierarchy, which will limit it to that area.
Okay, I laboured that too much, but I've got something to think about on that.
No, absolutely. So I hear entirely what you say, but that framework we would say is enough to protect them.
And we'll get on to we'll get on to those paragraphs when we do go through the criteria in turn. We've already talked about why these areas of sink are being removed from the green belt. I don't need to go over that again, but obviously that's something for me to think about. There's also, is it fair to say, looking at PLA 3 and PLA 16, that there are other, there's obviously the wildlife corridor, which is, I think, a designated sink, which runs through the middle of the site, roughly. I don't think anything's been proposed there, development-wise. And then I think there are pockets of ancient woodland, as well as other priority habitats. Is that fair?
Yeah, yes, sir, and they're all captured in the spatial framework.
And are all those outside what would be expected to be developed?
Yes, they are, sir.
And I say we'll come on to whether the policy actually would be effective in doing that, but that's as long as that's the assumption. Okay, we'll move on then slightly to BMV, which is best and most versatile agricultural land. Just a question, is any of the area, obviously not the brownfield stuff, but any of the area identified as BMV?
We can only refer to our response on the hearing statement here at para 147, around it all being area includes land classified as grade 3.
So we discussed this at Hadley Wood. There's obviously what is BMV is 3A. Yes, it's not particularly helpful. I accept that the maps that you all referred to don't differentiate between 3A and 3B, but obviously there is a clear policy distinction between 3A and 3B. So it would be helpful, obviously, well, if not just helpful, I think quite important to understand whether it is 3A or 3B, because clearly that sets up a different policy test. So I think if the council are coming back, I mean, clearly, I imagine I'm going to have the same question about Chase Park and any other greenfield site. that is agricultural land. So if that's going to be something the council's going to have to come back to me on, and then if I have to ask any further questions about that, and obviously give people who are in the room the opportunity to come back, then I'll have to do that. But clearly, you know, I think it's fair to say it is something that needs to do, because obviously, I mean, you may turn around and say, well, it doesn't make any difference to our consideration, but if you've considered the allocation from the start, if your starting point when you were considering the allocation it wasn't BMV, but then turns out it is, then clearly there's a question to ask about whether that alters anything.
So yes, we'll make sure that's done in respect of the allocations.
Okay. Any points around the table then on biodiversity grounds, Enfield Road Watch?
Thank you, sir. At Reg 19 stage, you had a representation from Cruise Hill Golf Course, which is under the new database 7413. And they included information from an ecological study of the site that they had commissioned. And there are discrepancies between the results of that and the results of the council's consultant. I think the discrepancy may result from the timing of the council's survey, which is referred to in the survey. But the golf course's consultant found considerably more acid grassland. So about 25% of the site, of the sink site, is acid grassland. That's about 11.48 hectares. And then another 19.27 is deciduous woodland. And as we know, acid grassland is irreplaceable. Deciduous woodland can be replaced, but it takes 30 years to be replaced somewhere. So we are very concerned, as you just said, that if it's taken out of the greenbelt, development will creep over some of these very critical habitats, and we think they need to be protected. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry, I'm not sure where I wanted to ask this question. It sort of floats around a bit, and I'm not sure exactly where it fits, but I did want to ask generally about the golf course and sort of, you know, what's the situation with that in terms of operational? Is it, you know, I saw it's operational because I was doing a site visit. Many of the members were staring at me off the balcony, and I was wondering what I was up to. But you know, is it operational? How you've considered that? It might come into under the issues about open space, because it's obviously, but at some point I wanted to understand how, you know, the golf course is operational, how the loss of the function of the golf course, irrespective of its biodiversity nations, have been taken into account. I guess it might also flow into delivery, because if it's another private concern which is going on like all the other businesses, where it fits into that. So at some point I'll want an answer to that, but I'm not quite sure where it fits into my logic. But thank you. So it's a point worth making. Thank you. Is there anything else?
That's it.
Thank you. Nothing else. Yeah, thank you.
I just wanted to create an added complication. The ecology report that we've got for the Glasgow study is directly in conflict with Enfield's report, apart from the woodland corridor, which it recognises that has nature and has some benefit. Apart from that, the land is not considered to be of quality. And it's Cambridge Ecology that do it, so they're well known.
Okay, thank you. So on this side, we've got a concern that the report's not underplaying the biodiversity, and then on your side, it's overplaying the biodiversity.
Again, I would emphasise that I would love to have people come and see the stud, because not enough people have seen the stud. Nobody's been there, as far as I'm aware, other than you.
Tomorrow, assuming we get done for tomorrow, what I will raise is about site visits and talk about that, about whether or not I need to do accompanied site visits at any point. Maybe the case on a site as big as this, but I will come back onto that if there's something I need to do. Thank you. So yeah, any those particular points, I suppose, about the evidence base as much as anything.
Yes, we'll need to check back to 7413, but I think the point being made by Ms Fisk is that there's a concern about if it's taken out of the greenbelt, there'll be a risk with regard to that land. But of course, there'd need to be an application in the usual way if that were going to happen, and it would be subject to the mitigation hierarchy. And so, for all of those reasons, there's obviously sufficient protection. But I think to be clear, the concern is around what is identified within the areas that our report already identifies as being worthy of sink status. So there doesn't seem to be so much of a difference as might first be suggested.
I mean, are you saying that, well, yes, you are saying that, because what would happen? An application were to come in on any part of the sink, there'd have to be an assessment, and it may well be that that would turn out that the, looking at it afresh with the new assessment, it might show that some of these areas which are in blue on the golf course, for example, actually are of a higher level of quality or importance than your PLA16 suggests, and that might affect the outcome of the thing, of the application. Is that the point?
That's the point. But to be clear, there's no intention within this allocation to develop on those areas. That's just not part of the analytical process. Has been going on for a very significant amount of time now. And indeed, to the extent that there is a question mark over the allocation because of the appropriateness or inappropriateness of defining the boundary by reference to where we've put it, as opposed to a more limited boundary. So keeping the golf club area within the green belt, save for those areas that have been identified as potentially developable or developable. So the council would obviously favour the latter approach if that is something that you think is important to achieve. And that would meet Ms Fisk's concerns in any event.
Okay, thank you. Right, okay. We've gone slightly over, so we'll have a little break now to try and cool down. So we'll come back at 25 past, and I'll move on then to, so people can be in the right part of the thing. I'll move on to flooding and drainage. Okay, thank you. So I think we've just got about every known air cooling system known to man in the room. So everything's being attempted. So thank you for the council for attempting to sort all this out. It's very much appreciated.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to flooding and drainage issues, and I've called it and other environmental things. So obviously anything particularly say related to air quality and things of that nature. I guess it would also, although I don't have any particular questions about contamination or land stability and so on, but it all falls under that heading. Again, parts of the allocation fall within flood zone 2 and 3. That's right, isn't it? And has the assessment of that considered all sources of flooding, as we're now required to do?
Yes, on the face of it, yes.
And is, again, my impression, I think, from the evidence is that there's no expectation of development taking place in areas of flood zone 2 and 3. That's correct?
That's right. So the sequential test and exception test has looked at that point. A test report has looked at that issue.
So again, when I move on to look at the policies, my task will be to determine whether or not the policies would be effective in ensuring that's the case and guiding people away from those areas. So that's just something to look at. Again, content, of course, that the sequential approach and exception test have been carried out appropriately in this regard.
So yes, in terms of the conclusions of the report. We looked at this in part in stage 1, but the assessment as to the sequential test is undertaken in part of the document, and then an indication of the application of the exception test in another part of the document, covering those sites that are relevant.
Well, presumably it's passed primarily because there's no intent. Oops. Apologies, spilled everything. Because there's no expectation that development will take place in those areas, so it's again a matter of avoidance.
That's right, sir. And it's worthwhile making a point, I think, that ties back in part to the sink issue, which is that, of course, with the scale of development that is being proposed, there is the ability to manage the levels of development in a particular location to ensure, as you say, sir, that avoidance is achieved.
And avoidance doesn't affect this capacity, I presume. Again, it's been well, again, we'll probably come on to that when we get on to individual allocation, but the capacity's taken account of flood risk in.
And that must be the conclusion that arises from the various parts that are confirmed.
Sir, if it would help for me to clarify that now, yeah, the spatial framework has obviously got a considerable section on understanding site constraints and issues, and that has informed the capacity that has fed through to the local plan allocations. Okay.
So there's no reason to assume that flooding would, in and of itself, be a insurmountable issue on a site of the scale proposed. The only other point I've got on this is about air quality, and I think we talked about this again earlier in a overarching sense. I think I'm right in saying that the whole borough is an AQMA. Is that right? Am I right in that? I've read that somewhere.
I'd need to get confirmation, but I think that is right, sir. I think your memory is right. We had this issue dealt with in stage 1, but I will get confirmation of that.
But if that is the case, again, is there anything I could obviously go? I'll go back to what was discussed. Thank you. Nobody watch. In earlier discussions on this, but the point being obviously the same. What affects development here effectively affects development across the borough as a whole. So everywhere is in the same position. Is that the case?
Yes, that's my memory of the position that was adopted or taken in stage 1.
On that point, I'll probably just leave that then to when we go through the allocation policy and see if there's anything that needs to be said about. Well, I suppose one question is there any particular areas of concern within any corridors within the allocation where air quality is a particular issue that would need specific, more detail or specific mitigation?
So can I come back to you on that? I think there was some commentary in one of the documents. I'll just check that off to see if that might have been just me not remembering it correctly.
Okay. Yeah, some of these points we can come back to tomorrow before we start. Okay, any points anyone wants to make about flooding, air quality, contamination, noise pollution, odours, land stability, groundwater? No? Okay, thank you. Good. We'll move on then to landscape. I mean, there's a slightly lifting around my list, but landscape character, landscape quality and character. I want to move on to. Unless, sorry, is anything else the council wants to say about flooding or air quality? Assume not.
Not at the moment. Thank you, sir. Perhaps if we can come back to air quality tomorrow.
So, I've looked in terms of landscape and character, or landscape quality and character. I think it's quite difficult from PLA13. The landscape sensitivity assessment, as it breaks, is it quite for me to get an overall picture because that breaks it down into lots and very small parcels, and it's not easy to correlate the parcels with the different sites. They don't necessarily correlate to the allocations and so on. So, but the study PLA13 does indicate there are areas of special character in it with associated special characteristics. So. Can you confirm that? And again, I think I asked this about RUR02. Those areas of special character, would they be classed as valued landscapes or a valued landscape in terms of national policy?
So they'd have the capacity to be judged in that way, depending on the particular locations and circumstances. Which of course varies. But the area of special character is a significant one, covering a swathe over the northern parcel of the borough.
Does that I mean, yes, it covers a large swathe, but if it could be potentially valued landscape, does that have any implications for the justification, the principle of development here?
No, so because the quality of the land in question has been assessed, and there are robust policies in any event that need to be taken into account for the purposes of understanding the degree of impact.
Okay, so we'll come on to those policies mainly tomorrow. Again, looking at PLA 13, I see that the majority of the allocation is classed as medium sensitivity, but 3 areas are classed as high medium sensitivity. Again, what is envisaged for those areas of high medium sensitivity?
As in what the development proposals in the allocations. So that mainly relates to the area of the golf course and Kings Oak Plain to the south of it. And as we've discussed earlier, the development for the golf course area, SA 11.2, is 200 units, but only at the top portion next to Cattlegate Road where the clubhouse and parking is. So it's at the northern end of there. And the landscape quality features of these this part of the site is more related to the views from the southwest, from the Ridgeway, and that sort of landscape setting from there, which is all to be retained as open space or in its current form.
Okay, thank you. And I think most of this is probably going to come when we get to the wording, and there's some specific wording I want to question about how it relates to landscape. But clearly you're of the view that it would be possible to deliver, again, coming back to what reasonable level of certainty that it's possible to deliver a form of development which would not have an unacceptable impact on landscape character?
Yes, that's correct.
Of course, there's a baseline as well, which comes back to the issue of, well, if it needs to be released, is there anywhere that it could have been released that is better? And bearing in mind what we've looked at already with regard to the degree of area or the number of areas that are of medium sensitivity, the conclusion was reached that this was an appropriate location.
Okay. Quite a lot has been raised about the topography of the site, in reps and obviously in the evidence as well, in the policy as well. So is there an inevitability, because of the topography, that there will be areas of harm, or can they all be sort of designed out?
I think the area that probably of most prevalence here is the allocation SA 11.1, which is put forward for comprehensive development. The policies do require appropriate landscape and green infrastructure to mitigate the impact of that, but it is on a sloping embankment up to the rail line, so that there is an implication coming from that development in particular that's to a degree unavoidable, but the broader considerations of that site, as we discussed earlier, in terms of its proximity to the rail station and the centre of the services and the rest, the overall planning balance that the councils have taken the approach.
Thank you. It's been raised a couple of times today, actually, already, about the, in order to mitigate some of the impacts of development or provide, new access roads. And actually, one of the answers I got was that it's not intended to necessarily widen the roads, and we should have impacts. But points that have been raised to me is that, inevitable consequence of some of the improvements that are needed will actually have a very significant effect on the local character. I mean, so talk about rural roads and so on. So, would those works affect? Would that be sort of having a particularly negative effect? So, if you like, an unintended consequence of providing mitigation for other factors would actually then result in a higher degree of harm than you might be expecting.
I don't think we consider that to be the case. I think the main sort of arteries, the main routes through the site already, Cattlegate Road and Theobald Park Road, already cater for quite a high degree of traffic and a variety of vehicles, be they buses or other services to the garden centres and uses up there. So it already has a character. Inevitably, with the growth and intensification around the site, they will be used more extensively than they are currently. But we don't feel that would change dramatically the character of those roads, given the broader emphasis we have in terms of trying to promote the sustainable movement and use of the bus and rail facilities that will be there. The other factor to reference, which we have touched on already, is that there will be a variety of alternative options in terms of improving some of the connections through here. So changes to roads to accommodate cycle lanes will relate to what is the best route for those kind of cycle routes through the development. There may be alternatives to that. They may not need to go alongside the existing carriageways. They can come through the comprehensive redevelopment of different parts of the site allocations themselves. So I think the council believe there are ways to accommodate the improvements that will be required without detriment to the existing form of those routes.
Thank you. Okay, any points on landscape character anyone wishes to raise? Enfield Society?
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. I do have a lot of notes here, but I know that we won't need to go through all of the points. I think the first thing to say is that the Tyler Grange document, which I think is PLA13, which did the landscape assessment, at one point on page 31 talked about glimpsing the ridgeway from the development. But we noticed that there's no detailed mapping carried out by Tyler Grange in relation to the harm to the views that will be from this development. I don't know whether you wish to take this under a different policy, but I do have something to say about the effect on views from here. So thank you, sir. So we have submitted to you a detailed piece of commission from N-Plan, which is before you as document 12-1 with associated graphics, some of which we included in our hearing statement. And we, so the first point to make about N-Plan is that it looked at the Tyler Grange work and made an assessment of its thoroughness. But it noted that whilst Tyler Grange followed the 2019 Natural England guidance, it didn't follow more recent guidance issued by the Landscape Institute. And it made a number of negative conclusions about the reliability of the information that's in the Tyler Grange report. But turning to the views, as I say, they weren't modelled in the Tyler Grange report, but they have been done by N-Plan. And there are two maps which are before you, figure 6 and figure 5, I think that's right, which look at the effect from the Ridgeway in particular of looking across at the Cruise Hill site, looking at both the effect of the proposed building on the east of the line as well as on the west of the line. And it shows quite significant visibility of the development, both from the east, because there are 6-storey blocks which are proposed on the other side of the line, which rise up above the embankment. And of course the development on the west side of the line on part of the golf course and on the land north of Kettlegate Road make a significant impact on the views. Sorry to break your flow, but when you say the 6-storey blocks proposed, where have you getting that from? The N-Plan document provides a very detailed explanation of its methodology, and you can find that, if I can find the right paragraph. bear with me for a second. It's on section 3 of the document, page 22, mainly in 3.2. So it's used information that's in the local plan to identify points in the development and the expected heights, and therefore using that information and the topography of the land around the site, it's been able to make an estimate of the visibility. There is another path that I would draw your attention to, which runs, it's a permissive path again, it runs from East Lodge Lane north-west and climbs what's called South Hill. It's a permissive path, so you won't find it on the Ordnance Survey map, but you will find it referenced on our website. Again, I can provide the programme officer with the details if it would be helpful. But that path, when it rises up, which is on the west side of Turkey Brook, looks across to site SA 11.1, which is on the other side of Turkey Brook. And it will be clear from that there will be a big impact on the area from development on that site. So you've touched upon whether or not Enfield Chase should be classified as a valued landscape in the context of NPPF 180. And I think I heard Mr. Reid say that a qualified acceptance that could be the case. We asked NPlan to make a consideration of that particular point, and there's a lot of evidence in that document. They made an assessment based on the methodology of the Landscape Institute Guidelines for Landscape and Visual Impact and the Landscape Institute's Technical Guidance Note 0221. They looked at 9 characteristics and discovered that in most of those it performed well, and they concluded, yes, it should be considered as a valued landscape for the purposes of NPPF 180. We've also submitted to you, sir, evidence from the Enfield Society's own Records and Research Group concerning the purchase of land in 1936 by Middlesex County Council. Land was purchased from the Duchy of Lancaster and Trinity College, Cambridge. And the minutes that we've reproduced from the General Purposes Committee meeting when this was agreed give reasons for the acquisition and the conditions on which the Duchy were prepared to sell the land. It's interesting to note that at the time, and I emphasise it was the Enfield Council of 1936 and not the current administration, Enfield Council were asked to contribute to the cost of purchasing Trinity College land, but refused. And as a result, 95 acres of the land had to be sold off for development to fund the shortfall. There was a condition attached to that, which was that there should be no building on the Cruise Hill golf course. It should be kept free of development. And finally, well, not quite finally, possibly finally, NPlan has made an assessment of the impact of Policy PL11 on the landscape. And it says on pages 51 and 52, the landscape and visual harms of the allocations and indicative development proposals for Cruise Hill, west of the railway, are so significant on the valued landscape of Enfield Chase that Policy PL11 west only should be abandoned. I would also like to raise with you, sir, the area of the boundary, the formal boundary of the area of special character. I don't know whether, again, you wish to take this at another time, but it does have an impact on Policy PL11. Thank you. NPlan has looked at the local plan's treatment of the area of special character boundary. There are references to it, and it does seem to have informed some of the site selection. There's evidence in PLA 13. It's also mentioned in Clause 1 of Policy DE11, as well as being mentioned in PL11 itself, 17C. However, it's not shown on the policies map. And so what NPlan have concluded is that without a proper set of boundaries for the ASC, it would make the requirements of an adopted policy DE11 impossible to implement fully and effectively. Thank you for hearing my points.
Thank you. Right, yes, over to nobody else. So over to the council, if you have any points you want to come back on. I think particularly obviously particular importance is that if you know what paragraph 180 says about protecting and enhancing valued landscapes and how that affects the justification. And obviously, if there are any specific points about location development you want to pick up then further bit, I think as much as anything, the principle here is quite important.
Yes, thank you, sir. Well, if I may go through what the council have done and what different parts of the evidence base have addressed, how it's considered these aspects, how they've come forward, and also comment a little on NPlan's work, which is useful, actually, extra context to this, and come back to some of those other points that were mentioned there. First, in terms of kind of the visual impact of development in this location on the surrounding landscape and its character. The PLA13 document, whilst not doing viewpoint analysis in a kind of traditional sort of planning application stage kind of way, does consider each of the areas here in terms of their visual susceptibility and visual value in the landscape. So there is a consideration of that through that part of the evidence base, and more broadly in the local plan itself, there is obviously a separate policy DE5 on page 190 of the local plan itself, which deals with viewpoints across the area, which include ones of relevance to the Cruise Hill itself. And there is a map on page 192 of the local plan, which shows views that have been assessed. I don't know if you want to bring that up now, or I can just just carry on. So that is considered a number of views, and it's right, and it corresponds to some degree with work that NPlan have done in that visual impact assessment. And the most obvious sort of visual impact of development Cruise Hill into the more sensitive parts of the landscape are from the west and the Ridgeway and the Enfield Chase restoration improvements that are happening down there in terms of improving public access. There are a number of viewpoints on that page 192 in the local plan that show what have been considered. You may, and these correspond to some degree with work that NPlan's done, although they've also sort of provided the visual representation of that as well. The most prominent views, I think, which corresponds between both studies, is around from the more southerly end of the Ridgeway, looking northeast towards King Oak Plain and the bottom half of the golf course. That's the nearest extent or the shortest distance views that you have there, albeit there's still a reasonable distance between the lower part of the Ridgeway. The Ridgeway itself obviously veers off more westwards as it goes north, so the distance increases quite some way between the Ridgeway and the top part of the Cruise Hill area, and you'll see one of those views shows that kind of distance that comes forward there. So the most prominent impact in the landscape are from the southern part, and as I mentioned before, the council's approach is to not promote development in the southern part of the proposals west of the railway. So West 11.2 was only development in the northern part, so it protects that viewpoint from there. So you would not get that view of development from that side. It's not overly clear in the end plan work what heights have been assessed on each of the markers they put down within the study. There is reference to the 6 stories that is quoted in the spatial framework as potential maximum heights that could be to the east of the railway at the central part of the development around the station and the services facilities to maximise accessibility to there. So that would be the only part within the development that is proposed at that kind of height and density, and it's the only reference and only analysis of building heights, so it's not overly clear what other markers' heights have been assessed. But notwithstanding that, it's still a good visual analysis. Most of the figures in the back of the end plan work indicate that the views show that there could be potential visible impact, but it doesn't confirm it. The only one that does confirm it is the one that was referenced in terms of viewpoint 9, which is the one I also sort of acknowledged that the view from that permissive path looking eastwards towards SA 11.1, there is a visual relationship on that one in particular, but the others are either some distance away or they're looking at areas of the site that aren't to be developed. In terms of some of the other points that were raised, the issue of sort of the status of the landscape as it currently sits, and maybe we'll come back to this actually, and might be more appropriate in heritage kind of aspects as well, in terms of the historic character of Enfield Chase and how that relates to it. But we can discuss that a little bit in terms of how this area of London has changed in any event over the years. So with the advent of the M25 and the railway and the rest of it, there are some quite major changes to this part of the landscape anyway over the years, which have kind of diminished that value of that landscape. Notwithstanding the fact that obviously the core sensitive areas in terms of that southern part of SA 11.2 is being retained in its current form regardless. And in terms of the area of special character, it may well be that the council can consider that as to whether an annotation on the plan is necessary to make sure you can link that designation to a spatial reference. I think that might be something we may need to address.
So can I just add 2 points, please, to that? The first is relates to the Enfield Society matter statement, page 41, dealing with the Enfield end plan, analysis of the impact of the 6-storey development to the east of the railway only. This is what's said at the head of that, the top of that page 41. And you'll see the analysis that's undertaken, and it's by reference to the 6 stories, which Mr. Smith has already addressed. But then you'll see, sir, to ensure soundness and avoid urbanisation, stroke encroachment, and loss of distinction of Enfield Chase, a modification to 11.4 is necessary to limit building heights to a maximum of 4 stories east of the railway line and reduce the quantum of development accordingly. Now, what that seems to be suggesting is that one should not have any development at all east to the west of the railway line, but then also reduce the development to the number of stories identified. And the question of the number of stories is going to be considered at the appropriate time, and is not something that should be the subject of restriction at this stage. Mr. Smith's dealt with the point about development east of the railway line. It's possible to read that statement, actually, that if the building heights that are to the east of the railway line are reduced to 4 stories, then it would meet all of the Enfield Society's concerns. But I think that's not what's meant in the light of their position on 11.1. That's the first point, though. The second point relates to valued landscapes, and one needs to bear in mind the purpose of the valued landscape designation at para 180A of the MPPF, because it does say protect and enhance valued landscapes, but then goes on in a manner commensurate with their statutory status or identify quality in the development plan. And that latter issue is the important one, because again, there will be a consideration of the appropriate quality and effects on that quality through the development proposals themselves, bearing in mind an assessment that has been undertaken in a proportionate manner at this stage. So the ascription of a valued landscape to what has already been looked at doesn't add substantially to the question as to whether it's appropriate to develop.
So this comes back to the general point that there are certain constraints which development management or the framework that's set out in PL11 and other policies would be sufficient to provide adequate mitigation or reduce levels of harm to acceptable levels in the context of the allocation that's taking place. I suppose this always takes back to my first point, which is the level I have to, the comfort I need, I suppose, is that these tests are achievable. So if you have a test, policy test, of course, that will always be dependent on the plan application, the detail. But if you have a policy which, say, for example, says protect and enhance heritage assets, there's got to be a reasonable likelihood that you can protect and enhance heritage assets. Otherwise, you'll never pass the test. Therefore, the policy isn't justified or effective. So I suppose just going back to my view on this is taking all that into account. Is the level of is there a reasonable likelihood that a form of development could come forward in the context of the fact the council has determined that clearly it is accepting of some degree of harm because it's allocated the site. So you've obviously taken some account of harm, but is it that is the level of harm that you've assessed it at commensurate with what actually could happen in reality, and the policy and the form of development could achieve that. So that wasn't really a question, or a statement, really, I suppose, where I am, how I have to think about these things.
Well, quite so. And when bearing in mind the degree of sensitivity, it's worthwhile noting that the highest sensitivity areas are those that are not going to be built upon on that western side. And EC1, which is the parcel that represents SA 11.1, isn't one of those highest areas, despite what's being said. And that can give you the comfort that the degree of effect is not going to be one that is inevitably so harmful as to lead to an unacceptable position.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. There was a question I was going to ask. Sorry, it has just dawned on me. I've noticed this before. On figure 3.14, there are two shades of green. One shade of green is open spaces. I'm not quite sure what the other shade of green is. I've just seen green and assumed that you're not seeking to develop on that, but I'm not actually sure what the darker green is. On figure 3.14.
Is that figure 3.13? The policy map?
No, figure 3.14. Because I was looking at the area to the south. If you like, area to the south of the existing housing estate, there's some built form there, and I think that might equate to some brownfield land there, maybe. But then the area further to the south, there's a sort of two areas of green, and then a little pocket of development, potential development right in the bottom corner there. Well, not corner, right in the bottom next to the existing development. I was just trying to figure the extent to which, looking across the southern part of the site, you would actually see, where development takes place. Noting what you say about last development taking place west of the railway line. But anyway, I've got the information in front of me, I've got the views in front of me. But maybe we probably do need to tomorrow. What's the darker green? I've just taken green. Green is not development, but there must be some distinction.
Yes, there must. We'll come back to you on that.
Okay, thanks. Any more points on landscape, Mr. Lack?
Yes, sir. I just wanted to pick up on a point that we've heard quite a few times today, which relates to the allocations west of the railway line. The council have said a number of times that it's restricting development to the northern part of the golf course site and has no plans for the Kings Oak Plains site. However, our concern is that when these are removed from the green belt, it will be difficult for the council to resist a planning application that comes forward, especially if it has other problems with its 5-year land supply, and that there will be pressure to develop those areas, even though the intention at the moment is not to. And that is a very important consideration that we have about that. Thank you.
Thank you. It obviously goes back to the points I was making right at the start about those areas and why they're being removed. Anything you want to come back on that?
Save that it's capable of correction in the ways that we've talked about already. So.
Thank you. Right, I'm going to move on then to heritage. Just looking through various documents and the RAG ratings you've got in Appendix C. You've got 2 Grade 2 listed buildings and the Enfield Chase and Camelot Moat APA, I think, relates to 11.1. There's sort of local heritage assets in terms of 11.2. Grade 2 and Grade 2 star listed buildings in relation to 11.3. I think it's archaeological protection areas in 11.4. Grade 2 listed buildings in 11.5. And then you've got significant issues in assets in 11.6. You've got conservation area, 3 Grade 2 listed buildings, schedule monument, ancient woodland, which is more biodiversity than heritage, but possibly does have heritage issues as well. And then again, I think practically the whole area is archaeological protection area, isn't it? Or priority area, whichever. It covers a large expanse. So various assets have been identified. In terms of sort of potential of harm to those, have you? I mean, again, I've read the baseline assessment of that, but what I always want to understand with heritage is are you starting from a point of view that development can come forward without harm to the significance of the assets, as in, you know, sometimes, yes, there's a conservation area, but we can, as a form of development, won't result in any harm, again, in theory, or are you starting from a point of view, yes, there's likely to be a degree of harm, but the public benefits, when an application comes in, the public benefits would be likely to outweigh that. Again, in the context of what sort of forms of development you're likely to come forward. Clearly, if you've assessed the scheme on two-storey dwellings and you think that level of harm might be acceptable, and somebody comes in with a shard, it's a different, you could probably then say, well, actually, that's not what we had in mind. But I always want to understand, and this is more, as much as anything, when I'm going through the policies, what the policies say are quite important in that respect. So what is it have you assessed the harm and think, actually, there won't be any harm, or we can design harm out, or no, there will be harm, almost inevitably, but it's at a level that would not be unacceptable. Subtle but important differences.
So, yeah, indeed. I think Mr. Smith will be able to deal with this in general terms. In terms of how the analytical work, the Alan Baxter work, featured in the placemaking design process.
Yes, so obviously the key document here being PLA11, the Heritage Assessment, which I think you've referred to. So Alan Baxter Associates, as part of preparing their inputs to the spatial frameworks, considered all of the aspects on heritage and historic environment as part of that, and assessed the quality of the assets and the meaning of them. I think that to the core of your question around whether there'll be any harm at all, I think it comes down to possibly the context of these assets and their setting. Obviously, the assets that are there in terms of the listed buildings are not being touched. Obviously, they're being retained in situ, and in fact, the spatial framework, as you'll see, proposes additional open space around them to protect them further. But there is obviously a change in terms of their setting, in that they will be located within areas of built development, whereas at the moment they're in open areas, and that does have a role in terms of their status, and there will be some form of harm related to that. The degree of that harm, though, has been assessed as not substantial through the council's work. The Alan Baxter document PLE14, as I referenced at table 2.2.2, goes through each of the assets within the site and adjacent to the site, and gives a consideration of the contribution of the setting to their overall heritage value. And that assesses the core assets on site, being the paddocks and related barns and Owls Farm, as the contribution being minimal to their setting. I think we may come on to, people may disagree, there's alternative evidence being presented by Enfield Society, I think, on that case, which you may wish to explore. But it does have Glasgow stud farmhouse as the important of the setting being high. So there are some changes in terms of, as I said, these heritage assets being now within a comprehensive redevelopment, but the council consider that the mitigation that is proposed in terms of provision of open space and retention of those assets will limit that degree of harm in terms of the approach that they've adopted.
Okay. You mentioned there that the harm wouldn't be substantial. Are you talking about harm wouldn't be substantial in terms of what national policy says about what substantial harm means, or just a sort of a general level of scale? Because obviously substantial means something very specific.
Yeah, so I didn't mean it in that context. I'm not a heritage expert.
Fair enough, I just wanted to make sure. So the harm is likely to be less, I mean, even in the context you've mentioned, is likely to be less than substantial. And again, you can't necessarily conclude whether or not the public benefits would outweigh that harm until you know what the details of the scheme is. But you obviously I have to have some comfort that it is at least within the bounds of reasonable likelihood that a form of development could come forward which wouldn't result in an unacceptable degree of harm, or that it would just be impossible from any rational view that the benefits would outweigh that harm. You know, if it's one dwelling and leads to the loss of a listed building, you might, well, is it really likely? But but I've got the assessment. And I think this might be another case, a little bit like the landscape stuff, where the wording of the policies are as important as anything. If your view is that there's nothing that is, you're not removing any listed buildings or developing within conservation areas, I think they are settings issues. So I don't particularly have anything else to say about that. So
no, thanks. It's important, of course, to bear in mind what we're dealing with. There's a suggestion on the part of the Enfield Society that there's going to be substantial harm within a heritage context to cause to a number of the designated assets by virtue of an impact on their setting, which would be a surprising conclusion, you may think, in circumstances where there's no proposed demolition of any particular heritage asset, nor any alteration directly of the asset itself proposed, as opposed to potentially development within it, say in a conservation area. And that's an important factor when one bears in mind the scale of development, the opportunities that are available for ensuring that there is sufficient separation from any particular asset because of that scale, and the fact that there's nothing direct happening to it. And so the conclusions ultimately that are reached in the spatial strategy within PLA 3, page 102, which on the face of them indicate that there wouldn't be a substantial harm, level of substantial harm, can be ones that can give you satisfaction that it's capable of being accommodated.
Thank you. Anything you wish to raise, Mr. Knight?
Yeah, so if we first have a quick look at the Alan Baxter document, we were pleased to see that there were quite a lot of pages, 5 to 14, which looked at the historic background and the formation of Enfield Chase, which does have a bearing on this matter, surprisingly. The one thing, though, that we did notice was that there was no reference in the Alan Baxter document to it following Historic England's advice note on the historic environment and site allocations in local plans. And we think that's significant because what that advice note underscores is the need to understand the significance and value of assets, which is more than just identifying sites within a particular boundary or so close to a particular development. The advice note sets out a 5-step process to go through to make this assessment, and part of that is the significance and setting of the asset, which we don't think has been done. As has been already said, the conclusions of Alan Baxter on table 2.2.2 reaches the conclusion that there's only minimal impact of the contribution of the setting to the value, except for the paddocks where it's high. The Enfield Society commissioned Dr. Chaplin from Archaeology South East, which is part of the University College London, to carry out a detailed assessment of the heritage of the sites, and I shall refer to that as ASE, Archaeology South East. They also looked at the same 4 designated assets that's been mentioned before, but their conclusions were quite different to Alan Baxter. The conclusions are on page 24 of that ASE document. And they conclude that it's high for all of the sites, whereas it was minimal with Alan Baxter, except for Glasgow Stud. And the reason why there's such a divergence of views between the two assessments is because the Alan Baxter summary, the Alan Baxter investigation, has not looked at the significance and setting. Those are two key parameters that need to be looked at independently. In the table 2.2.2, where the conclusion is of minimal impact of the setting, there is actually no evidence given in the report. It just lists the address of the site and gives the Historic England grade designation. Whereas if you look at the work done by ASE, there is a much more detailed assessment to inform the conclusions. So when you look at the landscape in which these, particularly Owl's Hall, which is SA 11.1, they find that it has an intimate relationship with a vast hunting landscape, which was previously known as Theobald's Park. And it found quite a lot of evidence that some of that still exists. It found a ha-ha, which exists, the access road layout, and the vegetation. And all this evidence can be found in the ASE report. ASE concludes that the number of harms that will be, which will result from development on this site, will effectively affect the so-called Regency design landscape and deer park. The paddocks are given a similar treatment to Owl's Hall and reaches a similar conclusion. That's also on pages 26 and 27, where the detail is present, which is not in the Alan Baxter report. It concludes with Owl's Hall that the proposed development is anticipated to effectively suburbanise Owl's Hall and render its Regency design landscape and deer park unreadable. This would have a high impact upon the setting of Owl's Hall and substantial harm to the significance of the asset. And the same is broadly true of the paddocks. The proposed development is anticipated to sever the paddocks from its surrounding agricultural landscape, further eroding what remains of Theobald's Park. This would have a high impact on the setting of the paddocks and cause substantial harm to the asset. So the essential element here is that the Alan Baxter report, which is good as far as it goes, but doesn't go far enough in understanding the value of the landscape in which the assets are located and their relationship to those assets. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other points? I'll take Berkley Homes. Yeah.
So it was just a point on the Owl's Hall estate, which is, of course, my client's site, and the listing of the Owl's Hall. And I've just been following that discussion, but I'm not aware that there's a formal landscaped park around the Owls Hall in any sense. Indeed, it's a farmstead, and the land around it is, or was, farmed and was agricultural in nature, wasn't formally landscaped. So insofar as there are differing views come to by differing heritage professionals on the contribution of the setting to the heritage asset, that in itself might be the reason why that one has viewed something in the context of a formal landscaped park and another has viewed it in the context of a farmstead at the centre of an agricultural holding. It's not before you, sir, but I've got a third heritage assessment in front of me, which similarly comes to the same conclusion as the Alan Baxter Associates work, that the setting does not play a significant contribution to the significance of that heritage asset, and that the harm therefore would not be substantial.
Okay, thank you. Anything you want to come back on?
Yes, if I may add to that, it follows to a degree Mr. Taylor's point there. I think that the difference, recognise there's a difference in professional opinion with this, and the Alan Baxter work at PLA11 does go through quite a lot of the historical context to recognise how this land has changed over time. I think the main difference between the interpretations in the current day, as has been pointed out there, that there's, in Alan Baxter's view, there's limited remnants of the Regency landscape. The house is currently surrounded by fields and mature hedgerows as an agricultural farmstead. The location of the M25 and the railway that goes through there have considerably altered the landscape setting here and both sides of that railway, the Owls Hall and the paddocks either side of that. So there's limited survival of these sort of hunting parks and areas in the current day, which is why the assessment is minimal as opposed to the view of Enfield Society.
And so it's important to bear in mind that the Alan Baxter analysis is part of the analysis that led ultimately to the PLA3 document, or perhaps more accurate to say that it Alan Baxter Associates fed into PLA3, and PLA3 does deal with the paddocks specifically, and with the historic landscape character areas as well, showing the extent to which there is the ability to sensitively take into account the qualities of those developments. So it wouldn't be right, I think, to say that in order to understand the position for the site as a whole, that one only has the entries in one of the schedules to the Alan Baxter Associates PLA14 when assessing the impact of the development on setting, or the significance of setting. And you can see that it has been factored in, and options have been shown within that document PLA3 as to how to adequately and properly take into account development within the vicinity of some of those assets.
Thank you. Okay, we may well touch upon this again rather than getting into a big discussion about it. We've obviously got to go and look at the individual allocations tomorrow and what the development requirements are for those. So it may well be this is where we can pick up that issue again, and you can point directly to where we're talking about and what the policies say about how that would be addressed. Again, it comes down, I suppose, to obviously I've got to take all this into account, the inevitability of harm versus what the policies say about addressing harm and so on, and what the degree of that harm would be, and whether, say, it would be effective framework. And of course, if you then, if you were to remove certain areas from the allocation or reduce the capacity because of these issues, how would that play in terms of the overall viability? So these are all issues to play out. Okay, thank you. If it's all the same to everyone, if everyone's okay, is everyone okay? I've got two more things I want to cover on question 4.26, and then we'll draw it to a close today. There's no point, I don't think, going into the last thing I had in the agenda because we won't get very far anyway, and I think we're probably all hot and bothered and ready for a break. But rather than have a break now, come back and then finish, I'll just crack on. So the next thing on the list of mine was social infrastructure. Let me just get my MIQs back up. Which is, so if you like, a subheading, I suppose, under things of where I've put strategic and local infrastructure. This is basically, obviously, about things like education, other services, and so on, and whether you've adequately assessed the needs of development in terms of social infrastructure. And we'll come on to the policies, but in terms of you've identified land and need for a secondary school, I've got some questions about the wording on that and how that would work in practice. But you've obviously identified education requirements. I think there's reference to health in there. I think there's reference to obviously shops and services. Have you looked at the capacity? Have you properly assessed what needs would be generated and factored all that into the overall picture?
Yes, sir. So education being a prime example, there have been discussions with education colleagues in the council around what would be required given the scale and type of development here, which has led to the designation of the 2 primary schools and the 1 secondary school. And in terms of health provision, it's fairly difficult in long-term planning to know exactly what the health services of the future are going to be. So the approach is generally to provide flexible community space that can deliver a range of community and health-based services from, and that's what the councils have done as part of this process.
And I say, well, this might be more of a delivery issue than, and we'll look at the costs you've accommodated. But there's obviously, as a primary school, I think on the southern edge of the placemaking area. Is that anticipated to accommodate? Is that anticipated to partly serve the new development, or is most of the? Again, this is for context, really. Is that expected to? The 2 other primary schools that you're talking about, are they going to take the brunt of it? Or are you expecting for the existing school to have a role?
Yes, sir, definitely. I don't think there's any plan to change that. It is a fairly constrained site, though, in terms of where it is, and its capacity is limited. I think it's 1 form entry, so it can't accommodate much of the need from the development. So it does require the new provision within there, and important to get new primary school provision in particular available locally, so that families and children can walk to school locally accessible. Secondary is a slightly different beast. That can children can travel further to that, and it's probably delivered later on in the development period, whether we come back to sort of phasing issues. But yes, the existing primary school, no intent to change that as is, but it can only serve a role for a very limited early part of the process.
And so so that's influence your thinking on the need for the new places because you've understood that the existing school isn't going to be able to help. Okay, thanks. Right. In terms of and again, it's probably easy to talk about when we get onto the actual policies because there's reference in some. I think it's here. Well, certainly generally, I think Thames Water have had general comments about infrastructure and so on, and in terms of infrastructure, that kind of utility infrastructure capacity, have you got comfort that this scale of development, albeit over a long period, can actually be accommodated in that regard, and there's no showstoppers?
Yes, no showstoppers. The preparation of the spatial framework has obviously considered utilities as part of the layers to that, and utility stakeholders are involved in all of the consultation process to this, and as far as I understand it, there have been no insurmountable issues being raised. There obviously is a mixed approach to upgrading utilities over time with asset management plans prepared by the actual utility providers and developer contributions playing a role to a point. That role is mainly to provide the access to those utilities on site and hook into networks. There may be some reinforcement elsewhere, but as far as I understand it, given the scale of growth, there are no issues or challenges being raised by any utilities provider that would mean that this couldn't come forward.
Thank you. One slightly tangential point, but again, it helps set the context for discussions about heat networks, because there's obviously something in the IDP about that. So is there a heat network that's within a, connectable, is that the right word, to this area? Sorry, would you be expecting that to be delivered?
The council does have a heat network provider, Energetic it's called, which is a council-led initiative, and it is looking to link up to as many development sites and growth areas as possible, which is why this is referenced in the policy. But you'll also have probably picked up in the IDP, this is down as a desirable item, and in the cost plan it is actually quite a sizable cost. So the ability to link that into the network depends on viability to some degree, and there are alternatives in terms of energy and heating to be considered, so it doesn't have to necessarily be a district heating network linked into the council's initiative that is the only solution, which is why there's flexibility on it.
Okay. I'm going to, if everyone would be, I'm just going to, my other points are on open space, recreation and public rights of way. I'm just going to flow through so we get that, and then we'll pick, if I've only got a couple more questions, so I'll ask them and then we'll go. So we'll cover social infrastructure, open space, recreation and public rights of way in one fell swoop. They're kind of connected. I've already sort of picked up on this, about whether there are any existing open spaces as per the framework's definition of open space, or existing areas of sport and recreation expected to form part of the developer area. We've talked about the golf course. I think that's one area. Are there any others, just for context?
I don't believe there are within the placemaking area. As we said, referenced earlier, there's a very limited residential population within the placemaking area currently, so there are very few existing facilities.
And in terms of, so again, this is the time I suppose to ask really. So the golf course, clearly you're identifying development potential in associated with the golf club. And you've talked about the brownfield areas. We'll come on to, say, ownership and that kind of thing tomorrow, perhaps. But in terms of the element now, if the area that's to be retained, if you like, the main part of the golf course itself, which is to be potentially retained as the sink, is the obviously one would assume the function of that area is going to change. So is it just going to become a more formal open space? I mean, what is the expectation there? Is the golf course, presumably in your plan, it will no longer function as a golf club?
Yes, that's correct. It's considered that, given that it has that ecological value to be protected, it can perform a more natural open space provision for the overall placemaking area. So a public park with associated footpaths and routes through it, but quite a lot of it to become more of a naturalised environment. So a natural, semi-natural parkland feature.
And I think I asked this question in relation to some of the other greenbelt sites. Obviously, national policy has a thing to say about loss of open spaces, loss of sport and recreation ground. Have you assessed that, or is it the case that, well, because it's still going to be open space of one form, albeit some of it will be reduced? Are you saying that, well, we don't need to carry out that kind of assessment of need and so on because it's all open space anyway? You'll have to remind me what Sport England's view on this was.
Yes, can we come back to you, please, on that overnight to provide an answer, please?
Okay, I have no more to say. So those issues of, say, social infrastructure, open space, et al., Enfield Road Watch. Thank you.
Yes, just a comment about the secondary school. The site that's identified for it is in multiple ownership. So we do have questions about whether it's actually ever going to happen. And then there are equalisation issues also with all of the various landowners who some want to participate, some do not. With respect to the golf course, the same Reg 19 rep that I referred to before explains how viable the golf course is at the moment, how many members it's got, how many people just come, drop in and pay and play, how many people use the public footpaths going through. It also explains how much they are actually spending on ecological maintenance. So there are questions as to whether, if the golf course goes, that site will be maintained as well as it is at the moment. They spend an awful lot on looking after the trees and the acid grassland and everything.
As a sort of thank you for that, foreshadowing the discussion on delivery. Who might be a simple point. Who actually owns? Is it a council-owned land with a club leaseholder? So do we know when the lease is up? Well, or if you would, I'll be asking these questions tomorrow, so you can save that. But that's a question I'm going to want to know. So. Okay, thank you. Any other points on those things I've raised? Any other things you want to? I mean, there's 2 points there about the secondary school. Again, it's slightly going into the territory of delivery, but it's worth picking up on now. Secondary school, identified multiple ownership, but generally, I suppose, is equalisations issues, which again, we probably will. We will, because I've got a question about equalisation anyway. So we may pick up on that tomorrow. But is there anything you want to say about that now?
I think it is better covered possibly tomorrow. One point maybe of relevance, though, is back to sort of phasing of when that will be required, and therefore the lead-in time to acquire and assemble the appropriate land for that. The secondary school, as I think I mentioned earlier, would not be provided at the outset. You need to get a critical mass of population and pupils, and secondary school pupils can travel a bit further in the interim to surrounding secondary schools. So there is some time before the secondary school itself would be required, which does give more flexibility to deal with site assembly and funding over time.
Just going back to the point about capacity of the primary school, I was talking about primarily, but I'm expecting that you'll have you'll have worked through the phasing. We'll talk about it tomorrow, but you'll work through and said, right, actually, where we expect, within reason, where we expect the secondary school would be required. So what year roughly? Because you'll obviously got you know what your expectations are about the housing coming forward. So by year X, we'll need the secondary school. Is there capacity in the existing secondary schools to actually accommodate that development prior to the new secondary school being delivered?
The councils believe that to be the case. I mean, it is a more complicated picture for secondary schools as catchments are much larger and there are multiple options to go to. There is a relatively new school between Cruise Hill and Chase Park that is been open in the last couple of years, which has started taking pupils as one option of several that can be for that. I mean, there is only so far that school pupil projections currently can go, and there is a recognised issue at the moment with birth rates changing and falling, which is affecting roles. I'm not sure of whether that trend is going to continue. So it's something that you cannot get overly definitive of at this stage in the process, but be mindful of and be aware that there are options to satisfy the need, and the council are satisfied there are various options. Whilst there may not be a detailed the detailed kind of projection and forecast and distribution that whether you're seeking that or not, I don't know. But sometimes it's not possible to get to that level of detail as long as there's enough comfort that there are accessible schools that will have capacity over the timescale of delivery and as you say, in the interim before the on-site provision would be required. And the only final point I would say on that provision, again on the phasing point, it is a real concern, I think, for local education authorities to get the timing of provision of schools right, because if you can't build schools too early in the process and have them empty at a cost burden to a local authority. You can't build them too late because it builds in too much sort of off-site movement. So it's quite a delicate balance, in particular with the secondary school, as to when that would be. It's a bit more different for primary schools because you will be addressing a very localised need through primary schools. You'll expect local communities and neighbourhoods to walk to their local primary schools, so you're less reliant on off-site provision. As you deliver the scheme.
Okay, thank you. 050s Forum, you want to say something?
Yes, if I may, please, just something about heat networks. NCAF, which normally we have a representative here, have submitted a statement on heat networks, which I'd like to think that was considered as part of this discussion, as did Better Homes. So the references are DMSE5, which is renewable energy development, and DMSE4, which is reducing energy demand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Right, that's taken me to the end. Sorry, is there anything you want to raise on those points? No. Okay.
No, thank you for.
Well, thank you for the reference. I've got that now. That's taken me to the end of my questions on 4.26, which were sort of the site location selection elements. And as I say, I don't intend to go into the development requirements because it's going to take us in. Is there any more points that anyone would have wanted to raise on 4.26 before I draw today to an end?
If I may, please. Thank
Quickly.
You, it is very quick because I thought we were coming on to this, but it sounds like I've missed it. Public rights of way. I just wanted to point out there are actually two public rights of way across the allocation that we've been discussing today, and they're both categorised by the Ordnance Survey as recreational routes, so these are not just public footpaths. One is, of course, the Hertfordshire Chain Walk, and the other is the London Loop.
And the issue, so they exist, yeah, I understand they exist, but what is the concern?
Well, because they're classified as recreational routes, they have an additional value for people walking, and the developments that are being proposed will have a negative impact upon those.
In what respect?
Well, they're going to walk through housing at certain points of the route, whereas today it's open countryside.
So, sorry, to be pedantic. In terms of the value of the route, your concern is one of visual impact rather than actual, because obviously.
Yes, that would be the case. Yes, yeah. I mean, the London Loop, I've referred to that already today, and there will be a lot of visibility of the development from that. And the chain walk, of course, runs across the golf course.
Thank you. Yeah, obviously, if I don't ask a question about it, because I don't have a critical question to ask, but so I did say we were talking about, it did fall under the public rights of way, but I didn't have any particular questions. The chain walk you've just mentioned, I didn't walk that. I got to the edge of it and I lost it. Is it particularly, just from my perspective, is it particularly clear when on site where it is, or is it sort of danger of getting hit on the head by a golf ball and things of that nature?
Well, I think there is a sign to say that you're walking through a golf course. I haven't walked it for a while, but my point was that it is recognised by the Ordnance Survey as a recreational route. So it's not just a footpath. It is marked with the diamonds on the legend, and that is usually a sign that that footpath has a greater value than an ordinary footpath. It is not a national trail, of course, but...
Understood. I just want to, obviously, public rights of way have several functions, but the main one being it's a right of way. So I wasn't sure whether your concern was that they're somehow going to impede that right of way, but I understand it's a visual impact concern, and so that's fine. Understood. Right. Thank you. Any other points on 4.26 that I've not picked up, or anybody wishes to pick up? No? Good. On this side of the table, you all content?
No, thank you very much.
Good. Okay.
Thank you.
Right. With that in mind, thank you everyone for what has been a sticky day, and thank you for your contributions. We'll return tomorrow at 9:30 to pick up where we are. We'll try and quickly deal with any outstanding issues you want to draw to my attention. Then we'll go on to the development requirements and then look at the sites. It could be a long day. We are going to, for all of you, because I think it's the same people here tomorrow, there's one more, I think, coming. We will try to move things quite quickly. So I will, be moving us on to make sure we do get things sorted. So, but thank you all again for your contribution today, and I'll see you all tomorrow at 9:30. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.